Someone has an open mic.
Oops. It wasn't me. I just said oops for somebody else. Oops, it was for me.
I can hear the music, the background music coming through, so just so that we don't get a strike on that.
I just realized you guys aren't hearing the audio, are you?
Correct.
Well, we're hearing each other, if that's what you're referring to as audio, but we're not hearing anything else.
Yeah, you're not hearing. I'm playing the song. Let me see.
Oh, darn.
Oh, darn. You're missing the song. Streamer X. It should be going through there.
Let me know if you want me to do it.
Sure, go for it.
Thanks.
One.
I mean, we're live anyway, so it doesn't really matter. We could just start if we wanted to.
No, let's play the music.
Let's play the music. Oh, see, you're doing it the old-fashioned way.
I can't.
Welcome to the Zoom Test Kitchen, where the magic happens live. Every Friday we're on air, testing tech to thrive. From screen share to breakout rooms, we push Zoom to its max. So sit back, relax, and let's see what's in our tech hacks. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. We'll dive into the settings, explore every single tab. Make sure your mic is clear, your camera not a drab. We'll show you how to host like a pro, manage like a king. With Zoom Test Kitchen, you'll be zooming with a zing. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. Whether you're new to Zoom or an expert in disguise, we've got tips and tricks. We'll open up your eyes. From polls to quizzes, we test functionalities. Join us live, see what Zoom does with ease. So if your meetings lag, or you can't share your screen, or if your audio echoes like you're stuck in between, we've got solutions, we'll show you how it's done. Zoom Test Kitchen, where Zoom fun has begun. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. So tune in, don't miss out on this tech fest we lead. Every Friday, Zoom Test Kitchen, where you'll succeed. We'll make your Zoom meeting smooth, keep the tech in check. In the Zoom Test Kitchen, we've got your back, no wreck. So tune in, don't miss out on this tech fest we lead. Every Friday, Zoom Test Kitchen, where you'll succeed. We'll make your Zoom meeting smooth, keep the tech in check. In the Zoom Test Kitchen, we've got your back, no wreck. These lyrics capture the essence of what the Zoom Test Kitchen does, focusing on testing and teaching about Zoom functionalities in a fun, engaging way.
Oh, are we calling it there? Is that are we calling the song there? We're not doing the stinger at the end. Hi, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, wait, I need to I don't have any of my stuff here. This is so hard. Remove spotlight. I definitely don't want to spotlight. I'm at home. Welcome to the kitchen. Sorry. Should have started with that. Welcome to the kitchen. I'm at home because tomorrow starts Passover. And for those of you who don't know, it's the most stressful holiday we have. We have to change our entire kitchen and buy new food, and it's insane. So I'm a little stressed out, And I need some Zoom test kitchen to calm me down. Thank goodness for all of you. And I have a little surprise for you. Andy Carluccio is going to be joining us in a little bit to show us about the Zoom graphics toolkit. He is fresh back from NAB, and unless he doesn't wake up from what I hope is a very long nap, he will be joining us. So that's fantastic. We had some other announcements this week. We have some release notes, but let's make the rounds real quick. Hey, Ray.
Good afternoon. Getting
How are
ready
you,
for
sir?
the big celebration. I'm great. Thanks. Glad to be here.
Good. Nice. Awesome. Robert, you're doing something special today, aren't you?
Yes, I am getting ready to celebrate with you.
No, that's not what I meant.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I meant the stream that you're doing.
Yeah, I've connected over to the Zoom test kitchen today. I'm using Mimo Live, and I'm streaming at 4K out of Mimo Live into a separate YouTube channel. And I've put the link into the chat if anyone would like to have a look at it. It's interesting. It's different. And
I
think
pulled
I've
it up
got
right
my
here, so
own-
I got it here, ZTK, and it looks a little fuzzy actually. I'm not sure. I wonder if that's my.
No, I think my camera is
Oh, is your camera a little soft?
it's not on autofocus because it's focusing on the background.
Right, I see it.
I'll sort that out just now. But it's definitely a different view from the one that we have on the official channel.
So it's upscaling it? Is that what it's doing?
Yeah,
To
it's
4K?
upscaling it in Mimo Live up to 4K, and it's going through, and it's coming up, and it's suggesting that it has an excellent connection so far on YouTube. So, and the usage of the Mac Mini Pro is at around 10%. So it's just ticking
Nice.
over. No problems at all.
We'll keep an eye on that. Fantastic. Thanks. Hey, Mike.
Hello there, sir. Glad
Anything
to cover
exciting?
for you while you're at home.
Anything exciting going on with you?
Not too much, but I did want to give you FYI because we're in gallery mode, sir.
Oh, yeah. Wait a second. I can change that. Boom. Boom. Fixed. Wait 30 seconds. Be patient.
I am.
It's going to fix
I will.
itself. All right. Thank you. I forgot. It usually, again, nothing is, boy, you get so comfortable with a certain setup and then you leave it and then you forget everything. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. Happy to be here again.
Welcome back again. Good to see you.
Thank
You
you.
picked a good day to be here to see to learn all about the Zoom graphics toolkit. It's
I
very
heard.
cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Tamra, long time no see.
It was just a few short hours ago.
Just a few short hours ago. Good
Good
to see you.
again.
As it was with Tony. Hi, Tony.
Hello, David.
Doing well?
It was such a long time ago.
I've missed you. I really have. You know who I've really missed? Frank.
Good day, sir.
How you doing, sir?
Too bad. How are you?
Good. Thank God. Hasmuk isn't even paying attention to us. He's here and he's watching TV. I'm not even sure what to make of that. That's you join a Zoom meeting and then you watch TV so that we can all watch you watch TV. Good to see you, Hasmuk. And Lois, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
It's sunny. Well, no, it's not.
Oh, we can barely hear you, Lois.
You know, I finally got that mute button fixed,
Yeah.
and I didn't move my microphone over. So it's a beautiful day. It's totally overcast, but it's going to be 80 degrees here. I think summer's coming.
Lovely. That sounds lovely. Jason, how are you?
Hey, good, thank you.
I was thinking about you.
Oh,
Because-
good thoughts, I'm sure.
Yes, because I was working this week with. By the way, this is a Zoom thing, so it's good for everyone. A number of months ago, I had asked if there's a way to bulk download Zoom recordings and then upload them to YouTube. So, and there are some scripts and things that are out there. So, Justin reached out to me because I asked the question again. Justin James, who writes the companion plugin for Zoom OSC. And he and I jumped on a call, and he shared with me, do I have it on, is it on this computer? It is. I had to download an app and link pad and do all this coding stuff and create a Zoom app and yada, yada, yada. And I can now bulk download based on a date range, Zoom recordings, and now this is a business account, so I can even identify the sub account that I want to download them from. They just download right onto my hard drive. It's fantastic. But I was thinking about you because there was so much, for me, so much code involved that I was thinking about you. I mean, it was, I'm sure, nothing compared to what normal coding people do. But for me,
what'd you do? Just build it through Zapier or some other middleware?
Well, mostly I copied what Justin gave me. But
fair enough.
Even the act of copying code made me feel like a coder.
Well,
and then
for
the very next day, Canva announces Canva code, which now it will write code for you. So in any case, so as I said at the top of the hour, I am hoping that and expecting, hopefully, that Andy will join us, and I'm so grateful. I mean, he's the poor guy. We work him so hard. He just got back from NAB, and hopefully he and Jonathan will be able to join us at 12:30 Pacific, which, if my calculations are correct, is in about 20 minutes. Before then, two quick announcements. The first is from LinkedIn, and that comes from Elgato and Zoom. I don't know if everyone saw this, and it probably seems like a minor thing, but there is finally going to be an official Zoom plugin for the Elgato Stream Deck. Let me pull this up for everyone. So this is, and this is, we could probably watch this because it's on, we're not going to get pulled down on YouTube. So this is, if someone doesn't mind spotlighting me, that would be awesome. So this is, oh, but you know what? Let's see if we can actually hear it. I don't think you're going to be able to hear it because of my audio routing. I apologize. In any case, we are getting, Zoom has built an official Elgato plugin so that, for example, on your Stream Deck Plus, you can see there's a mute button, there's a video button, and they will all be responsive to the state that you're in. There's screen sharing, they said, hand raising, all the basic stuff. Right now, there are workarounds. You can use hotkeys, or there's the gentleman who created Mute Deck originally created a Zoom plugin for Stream Deck. He since has not been working on it, but it sometimes works. So I use that. I use a combination of that and the hotkeys to get things to work. But what I don't get are the states. Right? I don't get that responsive, you are muted or you're not muted. So this should be coming out later this year. They didn't say exactly when, but I'm excited to see that. Hey, John.
Hi, Dave. Did they use the secret word Zoom Marketplace?
What?
Did they say the Elgato software will be running on the Zoom Marketplace?
Probably, since Andy was promoting it.
Yeah, it's just a plugin on the Elgato Marketplace.
No, that's not a good answer. It's got to be on the Zoom Marketplace.
But that's not what this is, I don't think. I mean, we can ask him because he's coming, but this is just a plugin that is on the Elgato Marketplace so that you can control Zoom.
Yeah, that installs it. But if it's not on the Zoom Marketplace, then how are people going to authorize it to use on their copy of Zoom? Is it a proper Zoom Marketplace app, or is it just a fudge? I mean, you may not have the courage to challenge such a venerable person that he might be creating code with a fudge, but it's got to be in the Zoom Marketplace, so it can be properly authorized. The reason I have a go about this is because if it's in the Zoom Marketplace, it gets properly vetted by Zoom, and you then install it onto your account, and it's properly then working with your account. If it's a fudge, like there are quite a few pieces of software out there, then it's not working properly.
Well, this is an official Zoom partnership, so I'm
it may be
fairly certain it's not a fudge.
Yeah, that may be, but there are still plenty of apps out at the moment that aren't working properly in the marketplace. I mean, all of Liminal apps don't work properly in the marketplace. They've written a completely separate apps, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to ask him. He's coming a little later, so we can certainly ask him that. Just to confirm, you all can't hear the audio, can you? No. Okay, I apologize. Oh, you know what I could do? I'm such an idiot. I could screen share. I never screen share. Sorry. Let me do that, and then you can see actually, because what I will say is share sound. Oh, interesting. It's not letting me choose. Well, this is kind of interesting. I'm in the screen share window, and it's not letting me choose. Oh, now it is. Okay.
Yeah, I always go into advanced, David, when I do.
No, I know, but it's not. Something weird going on. It's not letting me click anything. Oh, I see why. Sorry. It's.
Yeah, that works well. Now we can't hear you at all.
Your voice now.
By the way, did anyone notice that
All
it
right,
says
apologies.
the Share for
You can-
Zoom Windows button on that share screen now? I'm getting quizzical looks. So if you go to share screen and you go to look at the share options, they've now added a button, Share Zoom Windows, which I assume means we don't have to keep fudging around the adding and removing the Zoom, do you see the Zoom windows when you share issue, which we have.
You
For
can
those that don't know,
share.
quite often people will share and the Zoom windows are invisible.
Oh yeah. Oh wait. Where are? I
On the
didn't
right-hand
see
side.
Zoom windows. On the right hand. Oh, look at that.
See?
Show Zoom windows. Yeah. Here, let me see if I can. Here, I can do it like this. Bum, ba-dum, bum, like that. You could see my screen now, right? Okay, good. So what he's pointing out, thank you for catching this, great catch, is right over here under Share Options. We've got Cursor Pro. We've got now Show Zoom Windows, Share Toolbar and Notifications, or Prevent Repeating Window Effect for my shared screen. What? Wait a second.
No more $6 Million Man. No.
What? What? Okay, wait a second. Hold on. I'm pulling everything onto one screen so we can see if this works. Holy moly. All right. So we're just going to share this screen. And now what's happening? So let me get rid of some things. Someone's cooking. I can hear you cooking.
Yeah, that's Fred's cooking noises.
Oh, all right. So are you all still seeing? If I had to get, let me, if I did.
Yeah, we're going to a Zoom of Zoom Windows infinite loop now.
Yeah, but I think that's, why is that?
Because you're sharing the whole screen and then you're sharing the screen that you're sharing the whole screen in.
Right, but it said that it would fix that. Am I wrong about that? Huh.
I think it would fix it in Zoom, but not on your screen.
Yeah, but you all were seeing it, so. You know what? We'll ask someone, because I've got a weird setup. So let's ask someone else to do that. But real quick, let me just do the, what were we going to share? What were we showing
How about
again?
finishing introductions.
Well, no, we had moved on from that, but I was going to share, let me share this first. So this is the presentation from, here we go. All right, here we go.
All right, hey everyone, how's it going? I'm Phil from Elgato here at
Give me a
NAB
thumbs up if you can hear
2025 in
that.
Las Vegas, and I'm really excited to show you guys something. I've been here for a couple days now, a lot of talking. Next to me, I've got
Andy Carluccio. I'm the head of client innovation at Zoom. Also super happy to be here at NAB 2025. It's been what an amazing show we've had. Yeah, absolutely.
It has been pretty incredible. So we
Wait,
want to
you
show
didn't
you
say
something
anything.
that's
You
really
can't see
cool.
it.
That's me coming up soon.
David,
so
we can
follow
see
me.
you and Lois.
Oh my God, well, why didn't anyone say anything? Come on.
I did.
I was so impressed I could hear it. I wasn't going to complain anymore.
Same.
Now you can see it there. Yes?
Yes.
All right, apologies. Oh, for goodness sakes, what is going on here? I don't want to annotate. Get out of the way. But I can't press play because the annotate button is sitting over it.
All right. Hey, everyone. How's it going? I'm Phil from Elgato here at NAB 2025 in Las Vegas, and I'm really excited to show you guys something. I've been here for a couple days now, a lot of talking. Next to me, I've got
Andy Carluccio. I'm the head of client innovation at Zoom. Also super happy to be here at NAB 2025. It's been what an amazing show we've had. Yeah, absolutely.
It has been pretty incredible. So we want to show you something that's really cool. That's me coming up soon. So follow me. This right here is, of course, our Elgato Stream Deck Plus, and we are excited to show a sneak peek at some of the functionality of the Zoom plugin for Stream Deck coming very, very soon. So with Stream Deck, a core tenet is that you're able to execute actions easily and then also see those on the device itself. And so we've been working with Andy and his team at Zoom to implement some of the controls so you can mute and unmute while you're in a meeting, turn on and off the camera, share a screen, end the meeting, send reactions, and even toggle some screen sharing options if you're switching often between presentations that are kind of static content or video content, and then also do cloud recordings. So Andy, I wanted to ask, this is just coming now, and why are you giving devices like Stream Deck access to the SDK now?
Yeah, absolutely. So, keyboard shortcuts are awesome, but they have their limitations. You might forget them because you're just looking at a keyboard that you're typing on and might not remember exactly what contextually and what application they're tied to. And you also can't look at your keyboard and tell whether you're muted in Zoom or whether your camera's on or off. So we've built this thing called the Device SDK, and we're giving it to our hardware partners to allow them to have a bi-directional connection to Zoom. So they actually have state sync, and so when we mute in Zoom, it mutes in the device, and when they unmute in the device, it can unmute in Zoom, and create this bi-directional link. So it's contextual, it's smart, and it's very, very powerful, and we're super excited to introduce it on the Stream Deck.
So we're going to be releasing this pretty soon. I can't say exactly when, but look forward to it. There'll be some announcements going out. Okay, give me one thing that you've seen here at NAB that you're really excited for.
All right, we can stop there. Does that answer the question about? Let me pause this. Sorry. Does that answer the question about the coding piece of this?
Sort of.
Sort of.
So, Liminal said at Zoom said they weren't going to support the Windows machine anymore. They're going to support Mac. That sounded to me like Elgato is claiming to be the coders assisted by Zoom.
Right, they're using the SDK.
And they're using the SDK. I know of an SDK which, as an MVP developer, I should know about, and I've never heard of it before. So there's another SDK coming out, which could be their a answer to people on the Windows side who can't use Mac for running extra features. So some sort of SDK to make it easier for people.
Looks like a device SDK.
Yeah, whatever that is. We're getting I mean, I love the way Zoom share everything, but it's just like the names of events and webinars and knowing all those things. We just got that must be the 5th or 6th SDK now we've got within Zoom, and that's just within the events, meetings, marketplace. With even before we even talk about what happens on contact center and phone and all the other programs. Right. But at least they're doing something. At least they're bringing out something which we can hopefully make it easier, because actually it's ridiculously easy to code apps for Zoom. But there's a learning curve you have to crash through, and you have to get to understand. And most developers are not getting past that, which is why ISO is such a good product, because you don't have to think about it. You just plug it in and
it works.
It does all the talking to Zoom for you.
Yeah,
but
John, I don't know if you actually heard before you joined that David actually was coding this week.
No, he wasn't. He was copy pasting code that someone else gave him, and it made him feel like he was coding.
But he made his first app, though.
Yeah, I made my first app. That's right.
Congratulations then, because probably 80% of the code out there is either out of date or doesn't work. So well done to being given a bit of code that does.
And hi,
David,
John. by the
David,
way.
you should call yourself a programmer because most programmers do Control C, Control V, anyways.
Is that what? Okay. By the way, hi, Fred. Good to see you. See, Fred needs the new Stream Deck
Come
button.
on, hello. Sorry, I didn't
No,
reach over for my
just
space
kidding.
bar. I need the what?
The new Stream Deck button.
I don't have a Stream Deck, unfortunately. I'm not that sophisticated.
Uh-oh. The Stream Deck. You need the Stream Deck. What's it called? The Studio, Robert? Is it the Stream Deck Studio? Is that what they call it? The big
Or
one?
the new panels that they're coming up with.
Panels
What
look
panels?
really nice.
The panels look super cool.
Wait,
They do.
what?
I've been
What?
doing some research.
What?
They're like embeddable. So you know the thing that you set up the desk with all of the buttons. That's
Yeah.
actually possible with the new Stream Deck panels. Because what they are is it's like the Stream Deck without the casing, so you can embed them in whatever you want.
It's a naked Stream Deck.
It's a naked Stream Deck.
I don't get it. I don't see it anywhere.
It
David
was in-
showed it last week when it was on the table. So those are basically what they are. Is they are basically the XL.
No, but that was a
Mod-
joke.
No, no,
she's
that's
talking about
real.
a real thing.
But it's not impossible with what they're what
right,
they
but I'm asking,
introduced.
what are they releasing? I don't see anything.
They are, it's basically the buttons without the casing. And so with that, you can put them in any kind of casing that you want, and you can then connect multiple Stream Decks together in different ways.
I think you're
Doc
just,
Rock had a good short video. You should find
I
it.
think you're just pulling my, I don't see that. Elgato Stream Decks. No. Ads Rack. No. All right. We'll look for it later.
It's good.
This is not
I'm
the
just saying.
Stream Deck kitchen. It's the Zoom
It's
kitchen.
not.
No, it's not. Speaking of the Zoom kitchen, by the way, we got some release notes today. Oh, just for those of you who are interested, update on the app, the Recorder app. Still not there. That's the update. I check religiously every single day to see if I have 5 icons along the top of my Zoom window, and I still don't. So it's not there. They were probably right when they said end of April, but a guy can dream. But we got some really interesting release notes today. The workplace desktop app settings are moving around quite a bit, it looks like to me. Camera selection from the video tab is now combined with backgrounds and effects. So you have a single preview, video preview window in settings. Meetings related settings from the video tab have been moved to the meetings tab. That makes sense. Notifications and sound settings are now merged together. Meeting settings have been merged together. It just sounds like they're doing a whole bunch of moving things around. There's also, where is it? Subcategories for content sharing settings. So when others share, when I share, or share button behavior. And then there's this Zoom Workplace app to end support for Windows 32-bit. Now someone's going to have to explain this to me. I don't know, Frank, if you could, because you also posted
Sure.
this. Can you explain the significance of this?
So your operating system is either 32-bit or 64-bit. Most modern current operating systems are 64-bit. So people who don't have a modern operating system won't be able to use Zoom after the end of December, unless they migrate to a 64-bit operating system.
If you, I'm not to put you on the spot, but if you had to pick a operating system that would only be 32, like how far back are we going?
Probably Windows 10. There's probably 32-bit versions of Windows 10.
Okay. And is that a thing or not? That's not a thing on Mac, is it?
There's something comparable, but I don't think we have to worry about it.
Okay. I mean, it does say here Windows, Mac, and Linux. So it says Zoom recommends upgrading all PCs running Windows 32-bit to Windows 64-bit. That it could take a little longer. So this all starts with version 6.7, and we are this release that they just announced is 6.4.5, and this is due to come out on Monday, the 14th.
So Andy's with us if you want to switch
I
gears.
saw that. Welcome home, Andy.
Hello, hello. Nice to see everyone. How you doing?
How was NAB? Did you have fun?
It was great. Yeah, it was a lot of walking. This year they had the central hall was closed, so it was kind of like you would go to West and then you'd walk lunch and you'd get to North Hall and then you'd walk a bunch more and you get to South Hall. So a lot of walking. But it was
They're
good.
doing work in that hall, right? Is construction?
Yeah, they've been doing renovations actually to all the different spaces, and so every time I go back to Las Vegas is a question of all right, what's going to be open this time around. But it was interesting. Yeah, it was interesting.
And did you get to actually walk around and enjoy, or were you working the whole time?
Both, because I get to enjoy what I do.
Of course.
It was a good time. We had a couple of meeting spaces. We had a couple of partner exhibitions at their booths, and then we had meetings with other people, kind of walking the floor. So I'd say we got a pretty deep experience of NAB this year across different sessions and things that we were doing. Yeah,
that's great. Wonderful. We're really grateful that you took some time to be here. We were actually talking before you jumped on about the new partnership with Elgato, the new device SDK. One of the questions that was coming up is how the integration works. Like, is this an official Zoom app, or how does that work?
Yeah. So if you're familiar with our kind of different types of integrations that exist at Zoom, right? We call it surface, access, and embed. So there's some apps like live streaming app, for example, that surfaces some user interface elements inside of the Zoom client itself. And so you have on the right-hand panel, you can do different controls and things like that. Then you have embed, which is what Zoom ISO and Zoom OSC are, where we took an SDK and we embedded it into a product. Same thing with Ecamm and vMix. Like, they have our SDK running in their application so that their app can do things with Zoom, but it's a standalone process, it's a standalone app. And there are other things that we have too that are like back-end video transport, white labeled, things like that. But we announced this new SDK called the Device SDK, and it's only given to our hardware partners and who go through our certification process. And it allows them to establish a bidirectional link to the Zoom client where they can do things like state sync between microphones and cameras and things like that. Notably, it doesn't have access to any person identifiable information or any of like the stuff that would let you do things like show names on the keys and things like that. So it's kind of locked out of that world, and it's just for, in this case, personal collaboration management. So being able to one-tap screen share, being able to start recording, things like that. That's what that's going to do. There are other SDKs and there are other tools that let you actually get into the data and work with the meeting, but those have a marketplace consent flow that controls, how that data is authorized, how participants are notified. This is more of a fancy keyboard shortcut SDK that lets you have some state sync so that, rather than just trying to guess whether you're muted or not, you can see on the keys. So it's very limited in terms of its data access, but it's very seamless to use because there's no marketplace authorization flow for it, because it's basically just a button presser behind the scenes, but it doesn't rely on keyboard shortcuts or anything like that.
People have done this before. They've created apps that are, or plugins rather, that have done this type of thing before. What did they use before the Device SDK?
Usually they would use something like an accessibility framework to try to read the state of different icons and then do synchronization based on that. But there hasn't been a good way of doing this at Zoom before. So we actually took the technology that we used to build the Zoom Cuts plugin, and we created a method for third-party applications to be able to directly interface with Zoom rather than going through some sort of third-party framework like the operating system accessibility layer or the operating system's keyboard. And that makes the sync a lot more reliable because they're actually getting the data directly and discreetly from Zoom.
Very cool. Very cool. Looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, I think I'd love to come back when it's out with the Elgato team. I was talking to them a little bit about the test kitchen, so maybe when the time comes, we can get back together and show you how it works. Yeah.
Yeah, I would love that. Great. And let me just quickly say hello to Jonathan. Jonathan, welcome. Were you at NAB also?
Yes, I was.
Nice. How was it for you?
It was wonderful. Yeah, so many different solutions out there, either integrating with Zoom or talking to us about integration. It was a wonderful, wonderful time.
That's awesome. By the way, your shot looks fantastic.
Thank you. I recently upgraded to a Sony camera, Sony mirrorless.
Which Sony are you using?
The ZV-E1.
The ZV-E1 or ZV-1?
The full frame with the E1.
That looks beautiful. Nice.
Yeah.
All right, Zoom Graphics Toolkit. What you got
David?
for us, guys?
David, before we continue, Jonathan does need co-host when he's ready to demo.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, of
No worries,
course.
David, and
No worries,
specifically,
no
if you
rush.
if you could give the co-host to the Zoom Graphics Toolkit that joined, not
You
to
got
myself.
it. Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Cool. So we had a lot of announcements at NAB while we're setting this up. We talked a little bit about the Elgato integration at the start of the call. We also announced a partnership with VizRT that starts with the TriCaster integration, and there's a lot of interesting things that we're going to be able to do from there. We also were exhibiting at the QuickLink booth with their Studio Edge product, showing Zoom integration on the floor, doing kind of a more traditional remote contribution use case. But then we had our own announcement, which was the Zoom Graphics Toolkit. So if you think about kind of the lineage of things that we've done, we started with Zoom OSC, giving you more control of Zoom. And this, again, this was 5 years ago, over 5 years ago now that we started with Zoom OSC, being able to do things like, pin a person by seeing their name on a Stream Deck and, automating control of Zoom. Then we gave you the individual video and audio feeds to third-party systems like NDI and SDI, and that was Zoom ISO. And that was extremely popular for getting Zoom embedded into more broadcast-style workflows. And then last year at NAB, we announced Tiles, which lets you create a customized gallery view with your own branding, animations, different control logic moderation workflows. And that left kind of one major area for us. When I look at a studio and I see the things on screen, right? I see the Stream Deck doing the control. I see Zoom ISO feeding the video switcher. I see a LED wall for the presenter with the guests on them. And then I'll see this other TV that has the Zoom chat window popped out and dragged over to it, showing the messages scrolling up. So it was clear that graphics was the next area that we wanted to serve with one of our liminal apps. And in the modern kind of broadcast landscape, the way graphics are usually handled in a kind of professional media pipeline, especially if they're interactive, is through web frameworks using HTML and CSS. So you'll actually create a graphic and then it usually will be overlaid into a video stream in a switcher or something like that. And that's how things like H2R graphics, XPX graphics, that's what they're doing. You create, basically a web page, then you import that web page into something like Ecamm Web Widgets or vMix embedded Chromium browser, and then that's what creates the graphic. So what we've done is we've created a connection between Zoom Chat, Q&A, polls, and several other features, and we've bridged them into a HTML5 graphics pipeline. And we've done that in a way that keeps you in control of when you're going to play what data, how to moderate it, how to manage it. And notably, we've called this the graphics toolkit rather than the graphics app. And the reason that we've done that is that it's extremely customizable down to the code level. So it's actually designed to supplement your HTML5 graphics pipeline by letting you customize at the code level, at the HTML and CSS, as well as creating customized JSON-based designer tools and things like that. So we're going to walk you through all that stuff with Jonathan and show you the demo. But just, again, to fit that into the family, this is really designed to let you customize that last piece, which was the interactions that are taking place inside of Zoom, and be able to present those in a way that fits the brand of the event and keeps you in control of the moderation so that you can figure out when the right moment is to show the right interactions and put them on screen. Any questions about the high-level goals of this before we get into the demo?
Maybe just a point of clarification. So this isn't, if I just have Zoom running, this is not something that I can run and then bring things overlaid on my camera just in Zoom natively. This requires a third-party production tool or virtual camera, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very much in the same family of workflows that the liminal apps serve today, right? So for Zoom OSC, you're probably running like Bitfocus Companion. For Zoom ISO, maybe you have an NDI switcher or a Blackmagic deck link or something along those lines. For Tiles, same story. You're sending that video feed away from Zoom into some other system. And in this case, with the graphics toolkit, you could loop it back in, via, like we said, an Ecamm Web Widget or an OBS browser source and make that your virtual camera back in Zoom. And because it's data, you don't have to worry about sync issues or things like that. So that, that actually may be a viable flow. But you're absolutely right, David. It's designed to be rendered by some other tool in your pipeline. It's not designed to be an all-in-one Zoom thing. If you're looking for something like that, check out the SPX app for Zoom. That is embedded directly into the camera and does exactly what you just said. It would let you do, without any other tools, just run your own graphics directly in Zoom. Yeah, great. Cool. So Jonathan, do you want to jump into a demo of how this works?
Sounds good. I'll go ahead and share my screen and I'll walk you through the interface. As I do this, just, again, caveats on this. So this is a early sneak peek at the closed beta stage right now for the app. We definitely want to make sure we're answering questions and giving the right impression as to who this app is for, how it's going to be used. Do keep in mind, though, of course, some specific workflows and UI elements will change naturally as we hear feedback from closed beta testers. We're very excited to give you this look ahead. Okay, so let's see. So starting with the app and the deployment. So this app is a local web server. When you install the app on either Windows or Mac, you are greeted with this splash screen, this interface here. This is very similar to BitFocus Companion, right, or something similar that has small footprint on the system itself. The interface is done through the web page, the web UI. You can sign in. In this case, I'm signed into a Zoom account with access to a Zoom Events Hub, which is why this app is activated. That's how you're going to license this app. You can select what interface to run in. So at this point, I'm running in localhost, but I could also support any other Ethernet device for local access or all interfaces as you'd like. And if you have like a VPN, you can select one of those interfaces as well. So we're compatible with customization on the hosting side. I'll go ahead and open up the web interface, which I have right here. And I'll walk you through some elements of the dashboard here. So first of all, in the dashboard, we have meeting controls. Right now, we just have your basic join meeting, join Zoom events, and so on. This allows you to hop into the meeting. It's a meeting SDK application, same as Zoom ISO, same as Tiles. And what you will see is the actual meeting UI window will also pop up on that computer where the server is hosted, allowing you to do your typical Zoom interactions. But where the magic happens is your graphics dashboard, your graphics manager. On this page, you can see the individual layers and the graphics that are generated from that. One thing to highlight, so some HTML graphics tools tend to output a single graphics output or single URL with transparent background that all the graphics are on that one page. We've decided instead to have separate URLs for each type of graphic, and this gives you a lot of flexibility to route those graphics where you need them to be. Maybe your chat is going on an in-room display for a hybrid event. Maybe the questions are going to the broadcast itself as a lower third. Or maybe they're all going to the same location, but you have options with the different layers to composite them as you would like. You can imagine all these layers going into vMix, going into Ecamm as separate browser sources, so that the other advantage is that you can control the toggling and the layers from your broadcast switcher without needing an operator to be sitting in front of this graphics program. It can be running in the background. It can be running on a separate device. We want to simplify that process. So jumping into the creation and the editing. You can create new graphics and you can select different graphic types. I'll go through that right now. Currently, we support chat and questions, both with scrolling effects and with highlighting. Highlighting is just one message at a time as like a lower third or something similar to that. We do support emoji reactions. This is that fountain effect you see in webinar. We are working on caption support, and this will include translated captions as well. So you could select a language and see automatic Spanish captions, automatic English captions coming out from Zoom.
With attribution for the speakers.
With attribution. Exactly. Profile picture of the speaker as they're speaking, right? We also will support poll results. So the poll will be launched in Zoom, but then the result of it can be shown as a pie chart, a graph, bar graph, graphic of your choosing as that HTML layer, which you can either share back into the meeting or you can overlay on top of a production feed. Custom, this will allow you to create just whatever HTML and CSS graphic you would like. If you just need a layer to be a logo in the corner or pulling data from something else, you can do so in our custom graphic. More to come on that one for sure. All right, I'll show you the actual editing workflow now. Once again, I'll remind you that we call this a toolkit for a reason. We will ship with out-of-the-box presets. We don't have those built out today. We're still working on our library of visuals for that. So today, it's very much you have to get hands-on and make the edits yourself. But we are going to be shipping with out-of-the-box presets, so you can just select a chat graphic that you like, customize some of the colors and elements, and you're good to go. But I'll show you the full process just so you understand the depth of control that you have in this app. Let's look at the chat scroll as an example. I'll open the editor. So within our built-in editor, let me arrange some things here. You you have a preview of the chat coming in. You'll see this is live right now. If you send a chat message, you will see that update live on this screen here. Or we can simulate the messages and add some fake messages just for testing, right? Exactly. And you'll see that profile pictures are also pulled in automatically, and they appear on this as well. I'll zoom in so you can see that a bit better. There we go. Perfect, perfect. So the way this works is fundamentally, these are HTML and CSS graphics. So under the template editor, you have the full access to all of the HTML for this graphic and all of the CSS. So if you are familiar with those formats, have at it, go ahead, customize. You can do whatever you'd like to customize those graphics. To make it easier for you, we've added what are called handlebar helpers and expressions and variables that are specifically designed to assist with processing Zoom data to make it more manageable. So all you have to focus on is the visuals and not the data processing. That's the point of the app. So as an example of this, right? So if you look at the top here, this is basic HTML, but on top of that, we've added some conditional logic. So you can say, in this case, create a div that if there is a sender avatar path, so if the person sending the message has an avatar image, then display sender avatar path. If they don't, instead, select randomly from a list of colors, right? So in this case, Tamara does not have a profile picture, so that's why it's pink with the initials. And even further than that, convert name to initials. This is a helper function that will take the Zoom name and immediately shorten it to initials so you can use it in this context. So as you can see, we've given you building blocks that are common for Zoom data processing, and you put them together how you would like to create the graphic you need, right? And then similar with the CSS, we have a lot of variables and components here, and you can add your own. And those variables are then mapped using the designer config. So this is some JSON that determines how the controls are presented, specifically to the designer tab. So the designer tab is for people who don't want to go into the code. Instead, all of these options here, which are exposed through the intermediate JSON layer that translate the CSS variables to front-end controls. You then have the option to go through and change colors and change components directly from here with things like color pickers and things that you're used to, right, to adjust all the settings. Don't be intimidated.
If I could interrupt for just a second, just to underscore the power of what you just said. So we're so excited about this because this workflow will allow a programmer to build a customized graphic and also specify the controls for that graphic so that you could have somebody on the back office team or somebody in a marketplace create a graphic, do all the styling, but then also expose the exact controls that they want the operator to have access to. So if you're not technical, if you don't know HTML and CSS, you can just import a graphic and the controls for that graphic will be customized based on the fact that we gave the developer the ability to say exactly what controls they want here. So you have the ability to modify that designer config to control what sections, what settings, all of that is actually part of the graphic itself. So you're not just building the graphic, you're building the controls for the graphic in the same package so that a non-technical operator can go in there and adjust the brand colors, adjust the fonts, whatever you decide to expose to them without them having to go into the HTML and CSS to modify it. Frank, I see you've got your hand up.
Yeah, just a question about what we just said. Very powerful. Would it be possible to save the packages and import different packages for different events?
Yes, that's correct. So you have the full ability to export and import graphics on an individual basis. We are still working on the ability to define a show that contains a whole bunch of different graphics within and export them as a group. But today you have the ability to import and export individual graphics.
And the format that we export in is a JSON format that contains all of the code, all of the designer config, all of that metadata baked in. So easy file that you can transfer, you can load, you can export. What we don't have today, but what we will be building is the ability for you to save your own preset. So if there's a type of graphic that you know that you want to create multiple of, but then do some small tweaks and changes, you can save that within locally as a preset.
I can imagine eventually needing some organization on that list.
Yes.
Files or folders rather, and things like that, as you said, for shows. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. What I will mention though, again, just going back to this graphics dashboard though, we don't necessarily recommend that you have 25 graphics layers and you just turn them off and on depending on the events you're using, because technically it is still rendering those previews. It's still rendering those pages, even if you're not actually showing anything or showing any data. So we do generally recommend against that, but we are looking at folder workflows and methods to streamline that process, that workflow. before I finish up on this page here, I'll show you just a few more things. So one thing that's nice is the animations. So animations can be tricky to work with, especially at the code level. If you are adding in, keyframes for the CSS intro and outro and things like that, it can be very difficult to work with. So we have Motion, which is a library built in that allows elements to get essentially automatic, easy to use animations. So all these objects right now, the chat messages, have motion applied to them, so that if I, for example, toggle the entire graphic layer, you'll see that they all come in and go out together. And that stagger effect is something that we've added just for fun and for interest. So working with animation is very straightforward. You don't have to do keyframe exact values if you don't want to. We also have simulation. So I mentioned we have the live data, but if I wanted to, I can switch to simulation messages, click play, and then just add a few example messages to it, which is useful for programming. So you don't have to go back and forth and type messages in the Zoom meeting, right? So I'll stop that and I'll go back to live as well. The next thing I'll show, I'll back out of this. We do have some settings and some other configurations as a work in progress.
Wait, before you back out, sorry, could you just walk through on the left-hand side there? So what is the styling that we have access to there?
So I'll show you a little bit about this, but I don't really want to dive too deep into it, because what we've basically done right now is exposed kind of everything. And we are planning to back away some of those controls and refine them based on user feedback. So, this does allow you to say things like, let's see, I might mess it up if I do too much here. But for example, let's say I wanted to do, instead of a transparent background, have a chroma green background. Oh, it looks like I put that up. You'll see, right, that changes the background. I can load an image if I prefer. So let me go back to transparent. You have the option to do an image, and you can pick from the file browser, which I'll show you in a second here. Let me go back to the color and go to transparent. And then you have what's called a content area. So this allows you to specify, okay, the chat's going to take up this corner or this area, right? And it's dynamic. So, you may want to say it can fill a maximum of this area, but if it's shorter than that, then shrink even smaller, right? That's the benefit of web graphics. And then within the components themselves, we have additional options for things for every individual component, for the display names, the timestamps, avatars, right? So I have the timestamp right here, but if I didn't want that, I could just uncheck the is visible parameter and the timestamp will be removed. And the best part, again, is that all of this here is directly mapped to CSS values and variables and conditional logic using the designer config. So you may have seen me earlier, but I changed the label here to graphics demo. And in the tab here, you'll see that updates the label here. So all of these properties and parameters here are directly tied to the designer. So while we will give some default ones with every preset, you can customize it yourself, or you can load a community preset where they will have their own choice of what to expose and what not to expose.
Yeah. Like Jonathan said, we gave, just for the purposes of a complete demo, we mapped literally everything in our CSS to a control on the left-hand side just to show how deep you can go. But that's not actually what we expect people to do. You'll probably have one or two sections and categories with just a couple of, font selectors, color pickers, things like that. But the point is that you could literally design anything you want.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Tony, I see you've got your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, this seems like, well, let me first say it's amazing. Is this a pro tool? And if it is not, what Zoom platform or package that you might be paying for would have access to it?
Mm-hmm. I would say this is definitely a pro tool. But the idea is that there are multiple different roles of people who might participate in using something like this. So, well, when Jonathan shows the code on screen, obviously that's going to be a developer, somebody, or maybe somebody who's made a website before, right? Who knows how to use HTML and CSS. But the operator of the graphic doesn't necessarily have to know HTML and CSS, and they would be able to just modify fonts and colors and things like that using the designer config. This is really designed to be a production tool. It's designed for an event of some sort where you have a crew or somebody who's going to be operating it. It's not designed to be kind of an all-in-one package. If you're looking for that, where it's just a way to bring in a lower third under your name, I think, Tony, you're familiar with the SPX graphic that's available in our marketplace. That would be something you could use. There's also other tools that are, for making like fun interactions, like Stream Alive, and that's another great one that you can look at that can work in some contexts. So that's another one to look at. This is really for somebody who's doing something rather serious, and they're creating a kind of like the same use case for Zoom ISO, where they're bringing it into some other tool and they really want to control the look and feel of things and have ultimate kind of customization and control of it. Again, it's the same kind of user that we're imagining is using things like Zoom ISO, using things like tiles, using things like Zoom OSC to get really in there and customize things for their exact event and their exact workflow.
Exactly. And just to sort of underscore that is, we started first building the complex code workflow, the designer config, and the reason why we've begun with just announcing this and doing a closed beta period is because we are working to build out that library of ready-made presets, so that by the time we launch, if you can get past the deployment, which it does take some steps, you have to deploy the server, you have to load it up into a graphics program, which I can show in just a moment. But once you get past that, you'll be able to just select chat, select questions, and it'll just work. So we are going to have those presets to allow that.
It's very similar to Bitfocus Companion, if you're comfortable with that. You download an app, it runs a local web server, you do all your work in the browser, and then you make some connections and you make some customized controls to make things easy for yourself. If that's something, a level of user that is comfortable with that, they're going to be comfortable and familiar with something like this.
Absolutely. And I can show that very specifically in just a moment once I walk through the rest of the interface. So let me go forward and just show a little bit more here, but please ask any questions, right? So going back to our dashboard and navigation controls. So we also have what we call the manager interfaces. We have chat, question, and poll manager. So we represent different data on these pages for you to curate and moderate in order to control the graphics. So starting with chat, I can see all the chat messages that were sent right now. If you keep sending messages, you'll see them appear in this list dynamically, right? There we go. And if you imagine a moderator, they have the ability to, for example, I really like this message, I like this message, and this one, right? All of these messages are now saved to my favorites list, and then I can highlight them. I really like this one here, I'll highlight it, and this would then drive a lower third graphic or whatever I choose, just of that specific one coming through. So a very easy way to pick out messages you like, favorite them, show them on screen, unhighlight when I'm ready, right? You could even, if you'd like, let me go ahead and reset the highlights. And then I can say this one's next. If I click next, and then next again, and then next again, it'll just march through all of my favorited chat messages one after the other to display on screen. Very powerful.
Does it filter if for the scroll effect? Does it filter messages that you don't highlight or favorite rather?
The way the scroll works, let me go ahead and let's reset this. So right now, all messages are being shown on the scroll graphic, which I think I can show if I go to, let me open up Graphics Manager. So all messages are being shown on this. I'll go to a separate page here, right? So there we go. In fact, I'll even, let me try this real quick. I'll put this to the side. Again, it's just a web page. So you could even, if you wanted to, just put this up on a monitor somewhere or on your screen. It doesn't have to be in a production system if you don't want to. So I'll go ahead and put this here. Okay. And then if I go to, right, you can see how I can animate this in and out. But if I go to the chat manager back here, and so let's say Jason's message I don't like. Actually, let me see. That one's not coming through at the moment. Did I miss that? Maybe I did miss that, but let me say, oh, there we go. Great. So Andy's reply here, if I don't want to show this on the screen, I can then go ahead and just click the hide, and you'll see that that goes away, right? So we do have moderation based in this. Now, this is not deleting it from the chat in the meeting. We do always recommend that you moderate your chat in the meeting. But what this does allow is for you to just very quickly say, I don't want that on screen, let me pull it out. This can be useful too, because then a lot of times it's not that you don't want that message in your meeting, you don't want to delete it completely, but you do just want to make sure that whatever is on screen is the most presentable, right? Exactly. And you'll see we do support replies and some more advanced features as well. So a lot of power with that moderation flow. In fact, if I go to some favoriting some more, right, you can even rearrange on this list. So you can prioritize, okay, I'm going to show these messages first and then this message, right? Dragging and dropping so that you can highlight in the order that you want. Very powerful. I'll move over to question management. So with questions, it's very interesting. We want it to be as symmetrical as possible with the question moderation and the chat moderation, both for ease of use, but also for flexibility.
David, would you mind turning on the Q&A feature in this meeting just so we could play with some data here?
Yes.
That's a good question.
I think it's on.
Yeah, it's
we
on.
just don't have any questions. If
Well,
everybody
it's
would
because
ask
as
it.
an attend, you have to set the settings so that non-co-hosts can submit questions. You have it
yes,
set
please.
right now, so only hosts and co-hosts can. There we go. Thank you so much.
Sorry about
Perfect.
that.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead and ask some questions. Great. Thank you. So as the questions come in, of course, you'll see them on this list. And just like before, you could favorite certain messages and I can highlight them if I wanted to. Exactly. Let me go ahead actually, and I'll show you. So I'll take a pause here and switch over to showing what this is like in your graphics program. Using OBS just as an example, but most software-based switchers will have the same function. So you'll go to your sources, you'll add a new source. In OBS, you use a browser source. I'll give it a name like graphics. And then this is where you would paste directly from, where would it be? So go to the graphics manager, go to, in this case, I'm going to use question highlight. I would take this URL, which I can copy from here, paste that directly into OBS. I would recommend setting the dimensions to 1080p or whatever you're using just for convenience there. And that's it. You don't have to do any other settings. You click OK, and now that layer's coming in. Now I've already added those layers myself, so I'm going to hide that and add, well, let's do chat and Q&A, right? Here, let's just do chat. So you can see this here is the chat as an overlay. So transparent overlay on top of my list here as messages come in, right? It's dynamic. I'm gonna toggle that off through this interface. So let me do it this way. I'll put that off, oops, put that over to the side. I will bring out the chat and I'll instead bring in the questions. Let me show it this way. So questions coming in. Right now there's nothing here, but if I go to my question manager, I go to the favorited questions that I liked. Let's see if there's any new ones here. Favorite and favorite, go over to here. And then if I click highlight, you'll see it pops up as a lower third right there because that's the style that I have set, right? And then if I go to the next question, okay, this one's being asked, click on that and it'll just transition between them naturally, right? Very powerful.
Jonathan.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm really interested in how this would work with multiple people interfacing. And so here's the workflow, right? So I'm using the eCam, and I have the URLs, and they're in there as widget overlays, and I can turn them on or off. But can I have somebody offsite somewhere else managing the questions? Can we both be logged in?
So yes, with a few extra steps. So we've built every page of this web interface to allow simultaneous users. So if somebody else was accessing the same local network web page, they could also see all the questions. They can synchronize with whatever I'm selecting, moderate chat, and so on. The only caveat to that is that this will only work on the local network, right? Because you are hosting it locally on your IP. In order to have somebody offsite, you would need to externalize that URL. Now, we've done this before, right? You can do this using a VPN. You can do this using Cloudflare quick tunnels, which are easy to set up. So there are methods to publish an external URL of your private IP local, but it does take a few more steps to set up.
Yeah, but that's how we did Zoomtopia. We had some people in the back office editing the graphics while we had, somebody sitting in the house moderating from our content team, while Jonathan and I were sitting in front of the web page actually pressing play on the different graphics and things like that.
Right.
You absolutely can have a full team of people on here if you've got them working together on a show.
Absolutely. Let me go ahead and put the emojis up here. We can see those. 1 second here.
That should be if you use a reaction in Zoom, it should play something.
Absolutely. Let's double check that there. Yep, absolutely. So those will come right up. And all of this is customizable. So for example, if I went to the emoji settings here, let me go to I will go to the emoji spawns, and this is where I can upload a custom image for each emoji for how that's displayed. So let's see if I have one here. I'll set the joy to be the tiles image. Let's see if that actually worked. It might not be the right format here. Oh, it looks like it isn't.
Yeah, it's probably
but-
the wrong size. Yeah.
Wrong size. Yeah, it's expecting an SVG, but I'll show that as well. So in addition to the management interfaces, we have an asset library. This allows you to upload assets like logos and backgrounds and icons and things like that. These can be referenced within the graphics editors. And notably, these assets don't have to be loaded on the renderer computers. These are served by the server that's hosting the graphics on the back end. So easy way for you to upload your own logos and customize it that way.
What's nice about that too is yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, please.
Can you show? So let's say you've got the Zoom Tiles logo there. So what does it look like when you're trying to decide where that goes on your screen?
Exactly. So if you have knowledge of CSS and HTML, this is the actual asset URL that you can copy, and you can use this like you would with image tags and things like that, right? So that's the way that it is technically accomplished. Same way you would embed an image into a web page. We do expose, like you see here, where is it? Here we go. The ability for you to select it from a drop-down menu. I think we need to just double check that the format is correct for this one, but this is where you would be able to load an image manually, like a background image and so on, right?
Yeah, if we had an SVG or something that you could set up there, you'd be able to then import that from the asset manager.
Exactly. I think I can.
You'd also design the placement of it using the CSS. So HTML and CSS. You could embed that as a developer, or if the developer gave you the option to select a picture, you could then select any of the assets that are in the asset manager.
Right.
It sounds like though that the real benefit of the image, the asset library, is for external images, for logos, things like that, is that you can host them. You don't have to have them locally. You can host them somewhere and then bring them in via a web widget or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. So imagine you have two computers, right? One of them has all of your production assets on it, your fonts, your pictures, whatever it is you decided to set up, but you're going to actually end up rendering it on a computer somewhere else, and that has none of those files locally. The benefit of the web server is that it can serve those assets to the pages on the far end, even if that computer didn't have the font you're using or didn't have the picture on disk.
And again, just a reminder, these are just HTML web pages. So if you had a publicly accessible image that you could get from the internet, just add in that URL and it can also access that too, just like any web page and any web development.
Yeah. Though I would recommend if you were actually to do that for a show, download that asset just in case it were to change on the far end web server. If somebody pulled it, you wouldn't want that to affect your show. So, but in principle, yes, you could do that. Yeah,
exactly.
Should we look at polls and then
we can look at polls. So again, I'll put up chat here. We do also have poll management. This is very much work in progress. We don't have all of the poll types supported yet. But the idea is that because I'm a co-host, I can see the polls that are created by the host or anybody else who can create a poll in the meeting. And I can see the questions for those polls, and I can decide to show the questions or show the results. And that can even be shown live. So I can show a live bar chart that updates as people respond to the poll.
This includes from your poll library as well. So
exactly
any poll that you could launch in this meeting, it's visible as something that you could pull in.
Absolutely.
You don't even need to open the poll panel in Zoom. You can control it all from this.
Well, you would. So there are some things that you can do from here. I would recommend as a workflow, build it into your show flow so that there's a moment where, the poll interface pops up, people fill out their preferences. And what's nice about the graphics toolkit is that you can see those results live as they're coming in, rather than having to close the poll and then just show the final results like you do in Zoom. So this can give you some interaction during the voting process if you want it. There's some questions where you don't want like the groupthink effect, but there are other times where it can be fun. You're putting different answers in competition with each other.
Oh, but this doesn't launch the poll.
So we will have the ability to launch the poll from here, but we won't have the ability to create polls. So if the polls are already created, you can launch them from the interface, but that's about it. And then show the results.
And also, if you launch the polls inside of Zoom, it synchronizes here. So basically, anywhere that you can access it, there's synchronization between this app and the data that's happening in Zoom. The benefit of doing things.
See the in progress status right there.
Yeah. The benefit of this approach is that at the end, if whoever launched the poll, you don't have to send the results. Instead, you just show the results with a graphic. And so that removes that pop-up at the end that just shows that bar chart. You can decide whatever you want to do with that.
So just everyone knows for workflow that as the host, I just launched that poll and people are not filling out. Now I'm not going to touch anything else. We'll let Jonathan.
Exactly. And I'm also a co-host, so I'll end the poll right now, but it's the same idea, right? So I end the poll goes away. Within the Zoom poll interface, you can click the share results, and what that will do is pop up another window for everybody to see the poll results. You've probably seen that before. But instead of doing that, as the co-host, I would show the question or the results through the graphics toolkit. I don't have that programmed right now with a design, but it's fully customizable as well. And you'll see too, right? I can see 5 answers for this question, 5 answers for this question, and I can choose at the moment just between the 2 polls that we have programmed, bar chart and pie chart. One thing that is nice too is that you can show the question and the results separately. So sometimes as the host, you may want to say, here's the poll question, put that on screen, wait for people to answer, and then click another button to show the results. So it has a progressive display from the question, result, from one question to the other.
If you saw our Work Transformation Summit in January, we were using the graphics toolkit behind the scenes with the interactive polls. So the audience was voting on different things about AI. And then we had this live graphic that would show up and they would do exactly what Jonathan just said. The host would say, all right, this is the question. They'd put the question up on screen. Everybody would vote on it. And then you'd see, that we had this bar chart animated in from the side of this pie chart kind of wheel out and show that, here's Leo. Yeah, this is the what it looked like for WTS. And these were all rendered from the graphics toolkit live.
Absolutely. And sent over to vMix for the overlay.
Yep.
That's a beautiful look. We've got a couple questions, Hasmik and Lois.
Yeah, quick question. I mean, Tiles was introduced as a useful tool for a hybrid event so that you could push all of this into the in-person folks. You did say earlier, Andy, that you could bring this into your production setup so that people in the meeting could also view it. And that's probably the way I would use it. I'm very excited by the poll support here because in my medical event, we prepared the learners for what we call multiple choice questions. And we ran those as a Zoom poll. And then we had to figure out how to show the results to everybody else so that I had to use another virtual screen to bring it into the meeting so all the participants in the meeting could see this. This really solves amazing amount of problems I've had with polls. So fantastic job.
Thank you. Yeah. And you can imagine too, in a context where you had some people on site and some people remotely, the people in the room, do you want them staring at their devices or do you want them looking at the show where they can see, that the results have been presented to them? So absolutely. Hey, Lois.
Hello. It's good to see you.
You too.
So my question, of course, is because the folks I work with are not doing production and high-tech stuff. Has anything that you've talked to us about today changed the way polls work for a regular, normal, simple account?
No, they
Thank
just
you.
they allow you can use them exactly the same way that you used them before, and you can do the built-in Zoom feature to send the results back to them, and they'll see it with the default style that Zoom provides them. If you want to do something like what Jonathan's doing right now, where he's got his camera plus some things next to him, then that would be where the production would come in. The only thing I would say, what I mentioned at the beginning of the call about the Stream Deck integration, that I think is a very accessible entry point for a lot of people. All they have to do is plug in that device, run Zoom, and then they can have buttons that they drag and drop onto the keys to do whatever they want. And that's going to be That's definitely less of a power user feature and more of a general every Zoom user could benefit from having a couple of keys that make their life a little easier. So that's much less technically complex, but is interesting nonetheless. Yeah. Hey, Robert.
Oh God, you guys keep amazing me. I just don't know what to say. All I can say is thank
Robert,
you.
you know what? You know what? It's Robert. I just want. What's amazing to me is that we're seeing this all for the first time now. They've been using this for months,
years.
Years. I just think that's fantastic. Sorry,
Yeah, we
Robert,
started
go
doing
ahead.
this for our own events. In the beginning, Zoomtopia's years back, we wanted the ability to show up on the LED wall the people who were chatting in Zoom. And so we built a prototype of this off of Zoom OSC, where Zoom OSC was sending the chat messages and then it was going to a web server for rendering and processing. And then we kept moving these things closer and closer and closer, and decided that we had eventually cracked the formula with the customized designer workflow and everything that we had done there, and it was time to now make this an app that everybody could use. But we've been using versions of this app internally for the past several years, and we finally felt that the market was right, the SDKs were in the right position to be able to do this. So yeah, very, very exciting milestone for us. You can see actually Jonathan has turned on his OBS virtual camera with both overlays brought in. So if you spotlight him and you send some chat messages, you'll see kind of what we imagine this might look like contextually. So you can see it all kind of flows in there, and then you can use your emojis too to do different things, and that should trigger something on his side. Yeah, there we go. Cool.
Robert, I'm sorry I cut you off before.
No, that's okay, David. I'm just so trying to find the words to say. But my confidence level in Jonathan and Andy has always been really high. But now when I hear them say that they've been testing it on themselves before they give it to us to try, it just goes out of the sky. It just rocketed. Listen, Jonathan and Andy, one of the scenarios that I have in a lot of my events is that attendees find it very difficult to distinguish between what goes into the chat and what goes into the Q&A. And you showed us module by module, but is there a way of putting in the CSS for display something from one of them from the chat and something from the Q&A, or is this something you're thinking about?
Well, I can speak to that too. I mean, this is why we designed chat and Q&A to be symmetrical, is that while we would prefer and while there are more features for using the built-in Q&A, we do recognize questions might come in through chat as well. So you can use the chat highlight feature and build a graphic that looks exactly like the question highlight feature. And so whether you are highlighting an actual question or whether you are highlighting a chat or a question that was sent through chat, they will end up looking the same with how they're displayed. So again, it's for that exact use case of being able to take from different data pools. And if you wanted to, you could even create a graphic that has both chat and questions built into one. We do have those options as well.
Thank you.
Hasbuk, please.
More of a comment. I don't know how to say that we are so fortunate to be in this really heart of this evolutionary or revolutionary tech. I'm trying to push my medical support quite hard, and they're often skeptical. And when they come to my office and they see the whole production layout, it just blows their heads off. But more important, much more important, is when I tell them, and by the way, I'm the only person from the whole African continent that's in Zoom Test Kitchen and in office hours. Okay. So it gives me great confidence when I meet these folks. I said two things. One is I have an entire community that supports what we do, and we can post things in the community, and we'll get design help and support help. But more important was every few months we iterate, and our production value just keeps going up. And what we do each few months with the medical event, they just say, oh, this is something new. This is fantastic. Oh, this is this is really so cool. It helps me to, and what the point being that we are achieving an immersion into the production so that people don't feel anymore that they just in a meeting, they're part of a production, and it just sends the whole experience, it just skyrockets. So what has happened is the medical school I support has now established its program as the leading online teaching program. And just by word of mouth, no promotion, no branding, and everybody has said this is the best experience we've had. But especially so, Andy, when I use the poll feature with a multiple choice question, they just felt that this was so valuable, so valuable. So I had to say that because I pitched this with these folks here, and as I said, they're skeptical, and they still don't believe me that I have all these friends and I have these connections. And I always say to them, when I did the cooking class, my friend in Monterey said, my son enjoyed your wife's cooking class. And I asked, oh, by the way, what does your son do? Oh, he's just a CTO at Zoom. And that just blows their heads off. Thank
That's
you,
wonderful.
guys.
It's a great story. And, what it underscores for me, there were two takeaways I had. One is the importance of the community that surrounds the applications, especially the Zoom Test Kitchen and office hours, like you said. And I'm really excited because you can export these different graphics and share them with each other, that as the community starts to explore these things, they can share in Discord, put the JSON up for this graphic. Hey, I think this is really cool. What do you think about this? And you'll actually be able to use this app to work together to figure out how to raise the bar for everybody. And I think that'll be wonderful. The second thing that it highlights for me is the importance of audience engagement and interaction. And this is why the graphics are so important. It's not just a cosmetic thing that makes the event look better. It actually, when you highlight and reward audience for interacting with your event, then it creates more engagement. It creates a feedback loop. So the ability now to highlight on screen a chat message will lead to 15 more chat messages happening because the participants know that it will be part of the event itself. So that's really wonderful. And I think that this is going to unlock another layer in the ongoing evolution of event design. So I'm really excited to see what people are going to do with it. I wanted to highlight Ray's question from the chat as a Windows guy. So this is based on browser technology, and the browser is cross-platform. So Chromium is available on Mac and PC, which allows us to provide this on both platforms. Some of our native apps are built in Swift and Swift UI, so they're not available cross-platform. But because this is a web server application using Chromium as its rendering engine, because they make that available cross-platform, we're able to make this available cross-platform because it's built in the React and Electron layers that are based on cross-platform technology.
And
so
I will also,
there's only one code base is required to support both platforms.
Exactly.
That's not true
And
for any of our other apps. Yeah.
I'll also add, I forget if we mentioned this before, but just a reminder on the access. So when this is available, it will be licensed to Zoom events and Zoom sessions, just like Tiles and like Zoom ISO is able to be as well. So we would recommend getting a sessions or an events license to gain access to these tools, all of these tools. And as a reminder, again, just because they're licensed to events and sessions, they can be used in any meeting or webinar, even outside of Zoom events. Does not require that that events is used.
Yeah, and just to be clear, it's anything it's the hub that matters. It's not the license itself.
Correct.
So if you create a hub via a PPA, if you create a hub via a subscription license, we don't even know. It's just, are you a member of a hub? If you're a member of a hub, you're good to go.
And there was some conversation about this on Discord. This is the best deal. Period. Full stop. There's just don't cry for me, Argentina, over losing the ability to purchase these individual apps from Liminal. Trust me, just go with the sessions or events license.
Yeah, it'll be, and we announced actually right before NAB as well that we're transitioning all of our licensing to that model. It's just so much more cost effective for folks. They can use it with multiple accounts that they set up through the hub model to orchestrate access to it. They're not sharing keys and managing that. Like you said, it's more cost effective, especially if you're going to use the apps for on multiple devices or anything like that. The device-based licensing was way more expensive. then this is so we're moving everything over to this sign in with Zoom model to license the app. Yep.
Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah. If either one of you, you think you could talk a little more about the web server aspect of this and how, what you envision there?
Yeah. So the app is a self-hosted web server application, very similar to Bitfocus Companion. So what happens is it has a instance of Zoom that runs, and then the data from Zoom populates the web server, and then there's a React app that spawns in the browser that reads that data and creates the connection there. So what the benefit of this is that it's not a native user interface. That means that you can then access it on other computers on the network if you set up your networking to allow for something like that. But it also means that the browser is where all the action is taking place. So you could have multiple tabs, to get between different panels that you want to use. And anything that runs embedded browser frameworks like the Chromium embedded framework in vMix, for example, can receive those graphics and render them out. So there are some things to be aware of with that, especially if you are writing your own CSS. You should check to see what version of Chromium, for example, is that CSS is supported in, because maybe you're running a very recent version of Chrome and you're doing all your editing in that, but then you load it into vMix, which you bought a couple of years ago and haven't updated, and its Chromium embedded framework is a couple versions behind. That fancy new syntax that you were using for your CSS may not render there correctly. So there's going to be some diligence in managing the different versions of the web. It's the same though formula that you would have with any web app.
How does the CSS fail? Like, does it validate it, and does it give you an error message if it fails?
So there's a couple different things. It's the example I just gave is where it's valid inside of the app because you're running a recent browser version, but then that syntax is invalid on an older one. So it will that block just won't apply.
Yeah, I meant in the web graphics tool that you've created, like Toolbox, whatever you're calling it. So in there, if I customize the CSS and I do it wrong, will it say something, give some kind of error response?
I will say that the built-in CSS editor does have like contextual highlighting and things like that. So you will see, just like any other code editor, some amount of help, but there are no rails. So it will, you can easily break it and it won't.
But there's
help
that
you
live
too much.
preview right there. So it's a WYSIWYG editor, so that as you're editing, if you mess something up, you'll see it right away. And then also, if again, not to keep like pushing Chrome here, but if you have the inspector tools from the browser at your disposal, you'll get errors when you start messing things up, and you can use those to supplement your experience at the Chrome level, not just at the app level. Yeah.
We're going to jump to Mike in a second, but just before we do that, Jonathan, after Mike goes, could you show us you had mentioned before you may be able to show us the server piece of this. Is there something you could show us about how that works?
I'll show that again. The server side is that the splash screen that I showed you at the beginning, where you set your sign in, and then also where you set the interface that is being used for the server. It does not provide a lot of controls beyond that. I can show that again if that's helpful.
But I guess, sorry for the dumb question here. So because Companion is an app that I download onto my computer that I run.
Yeah.
And
that thing that you download and run is a web server. That thing that you download and run from Companion, it is a web server.
That is a web server. And so is that what I'm doing here also?
It's the same thing. Yeah.
And the interface, whereas the Bitfocus Companion interface is the buttons, the interface here is what you all have been showing us.
Exactly.
Yeah, but in both cases, it's in the browser. So like when you hit launch interface and Companion, so you can see side by side there's some inspiration here for sure of like making sure that these things that you've already used before, are familiar to you.
Gotcha.
Absolutely right. And so Companion, I mean, almost everybody runs Companion in localhost because only you need to control it. But if you wanted to, you could run it on a different interface and access it from other computers on your network.
And you can see when you hit launch GUI and the Bitfocus interface, it pops you out to your system browser and opens a web page. Same thing happens in our app when you hit open web interface. It takes
Thank
you
you
to the
so
browser.
much.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Absolutely. Yep.
Mike, I'm so sorry I stepped on you.
That's okay. This leads right up to it. Jonathan, you can run both Companion and this on the same machine. The ports are not going to conflict.
Absolutely. And we do allow you to edit your own ports. So if you did have some other app that was conflicting with the ports we have selected, select your own interface, select your own port, and you're good to go.
Yep.
I didn't even think to ask that. That's a great question.
It's a really good question.
Yeah, really important.
Yeah.
What else, guys? I mean,
because the easiest thing that I'm thinking of too, guys, is that, and this is a thought, you know, a lot of people will put Companion on its own little Raspberry Pi, right? So I don't know if you guys are thinking of Linux on this side, but again, Chromium can be done on Linux, but just throwing that out there that, you know, if people are actually running already Companion on a Raspberry Pi, that this could be throwing that out there.
Yeah. So if you want to geek out with me a little bit, this is kind of how behind the scenes we set it up. So we are using, so Zoom has an Electron wrapper for its native meeting SDKs. And on Mac and PC, there's a pretty close parity between what interfaces are available where. On Linux, our meeting SDK is primarily focused on raw audio and video buffers. So that's how some of these cloud services ingest our feeds, is just by running the Linux meeting SDK. But on Mac and PC, we've wrapped functions from the corresponding native SDKs into the Electron layer, built the web server on top of the Electron layer, and then we have a React app that reads the data from the web server on the Electron side. And we actually then contributed that wrapper back to the SDK. So if you've been using the Electron Meeting SDK, you've seen actually an explosion of new interfaces that have been added recently as we've been developing this app. That wrapper has gone back and been contributed back to the platform as well. So it's a pretty cool setup when you think about how all this stuff works. It's actually pretty interesting.
I was just talking to someone about Electron wrappers the other day. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow. I saw David's mind just going.
that like hurt. I have a headache now. It's amazing. Hasmuk and Ray, go ahead.
So when can we play with this?
Yeah. So that's a great question. So we right now we're in closed beta. So we have a couple of studios and a couple of graphics programmers that are getting access now that we're back from NAB, that we'll be sending out to them soon. Again, the main thing we want to do and get their help with is designing more presets or getting them a head start so that they can design their own presets and release them however they see fit. So that'll take a little bit. It's going to be we're going to do this in conversation with them. So I can't commit to a date today. I want to give them time to explore and actually give them the opportunity to feel good about where they are. In terms of what we're going to do with this time, some education and getting feedback from a couple of target accounts that we've been working with already on some setup here. And then my goal is to try to make this available, in a quarter or so. It'll all depend on how the initial feedback goes in terms of getting it available, but it won't be a super long lead here. We're, as you saw from the demo, we're in a pretty mature position for the app. It's just a question of trying to make sure we don't scare away all our initial users who don't know how to write HTML and CSS by getting a library of graphics together that we're comfortable with. And because there's more people than us involved in that, we're going to give them some time to figure out how long they want to take on that after they've had a chance to use it for a bit.
Zoom Test Kitchen is a great beta test site.
Agreed. Absolutely.
Ray, and then Tony, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple things. So many new Zoom Events users really have enjoyed Josh Bragg's Zoom Events office hours because they can come there and ask questions and get ideas and that sort of stuff. Any thought to maybe having a once a month or whatever, sort of just you guys inviting people to come in and hey, let's talk about it and show it off for maybe a few months until the crowd dies down, if it ever does.
I'm actually going to be on the Zoom event get together next Wednesday. So I'll be on that call to talk about this a little bit more there. Yeah, exactly. We want to, especially now that the licensing is moving more closer to Zoom events, it makes more sense for these things to be discussed in that context in those places. I enjoy, so I think that's going to be an opportunity. I also think Zoom Test Kitchen and office hours will be good places to go as well to, get the community spun up on some of these new graphics and capabilities. So looking forward.
And a follow-up question is there any thoughts to how one might integrate this for someone who's using Zoom Production Studio to grab things in without having to jump through extra hoops?
Yeah, so I think that the lesson for Production Studio, what we've tried to apply is that rather than having the literal technology integrate back in, because I think that the target persona for the graphics toolkit and the target more marketing focused persona for Production Studio are a little different. It's that we'll take designs and workflows that we like from this experience, and we'll look at that in the lens of production studio and see what they could do. I don't know off the bat whether it would make sense to directly integrate them into the feed. It's something that we do talk about, but commit to anything specific today. But I do think that the overall sentiment is that the workflows and the ideas of having better graphics in our events, there are some ideas from what we've done here that might be good for production studio.
And what vMix and Ecamm and those guys also do is there's a way to say, make this particular screen fill up with something from an HTML.
Yep.
You wouldn't have to integrate these into it if you could make that a scene type over in Production Studio.
Yes.
That you could pour in anything.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Cool. Thanks.
Tony, go for it.
So I currently have a Zoom Pro account. I also have SPX. If I got the sessions, would I have all that I need, or would I need something else?
Yeah, if you added a sessions license, that would give you all the liminal apps on unlimited devices. The only other step that you would need to do besides just buying the license would be going to events.zoom.us and setting up your hub. It'll pop up with a questionnaire. You'll just fill that out. And that way the account that you set up will be the one that can sign in. And if you happen to have multiple users in your organization, thinking about your church, right? If your church has like 5 or 6 seats on it, you would then in the hub, you would go say, okay, and these 6 people should all have access to it, or just these 2, or just me. That's what the benefit of the hub is. It lets you kind of configure who should have access to what from your organization.
Thank you,
Tony. I'd be happy to help you set that setting up of the hub is the one tricky piece to the, and I'm happy to. I mean, it's not tricky, but it's for those of us who don't live in the events world. It feels different.
It's just a new thing that you.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm happy to help you out with that if you need.
Well, thank you, David. I'm going to take you up on that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Great. Guys, wow, Jonathan, thank you so much for walking us through everything. And I mean, you just showed us so much of this behind the scenes, and for both of you, you and Andy, you must be exhausted after NAB, and for taking some time to be with us.
Yeah, it's been quite a week, but we were really happy to do this. Is the first public look at the app that we've done. So that's exciting for us to get the word out there. And like I said, we'll be circulating this around. You'll probably see a couple more demos from community members in the coming weeks, and then we'll get into an open beta period where everybody can download and try it out once we've got those presets ready for you, so that you don't have to mess around if you don't want to. But I think today you got a good sense of the workflow, the different things that are available for you, and we're really looking forward to the feedback on it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, both of you, for your time, for your energy, for everything that you do for our community. So grateful.
Of course. Have a great rest of your kitchen and a great weekend.
You got it.
We'll see you soon.
Go get some sleep. Have a good one.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye. Wow. Just need to say out loud.
Dang.
Right. I mean, ISO, OSC, tiles, graphics, clips, $100 a year. It's insane. Has anyone told them that they're out of their minds? It's really, we're very blessed. And yes, I'm sorry, Lois and John. Sorry, I'll stop fanboying now.
Oh no, I'll come in when we're done going, oh wow, because that was definitely an oh wow. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. John, did you have something on this you want to jump in on?
Yes, so to answer my question, he's running it in the Zoom Web SDK. So it's basically a web version of Zoom, and that's how he's able to get all the data and get all the authorities. So that's how that works.
Did he say, John, did you, that, I think I heard him say at the beginning that when you join the meeting, that a regular Zoom window will open up, like it does in all the other liminal apps. I wonder if you could sort of just join Zoom, if you could start a meeting.
This is working as a Zoom browser effectively.
Yeah.
This is based on the Zoom browser version of Zoom.
Okay.
And then they've taken out all the bits they don't need, and they put in the bits they do. And because it's a Zoom browser app, and you make it co-host, it's then got the rights and the authority to be able to talk to all the things that a co-host will be able to talk to. So that's
I wonder
how
if it's
they're
gonna,
doing it.
I wonder if it's going to deprecate the quality, since Zoom the web can only do 720.
No,
Well,
not really,
the
because
one thing,
it's only doing overlay, simple overlay graphics, so it's
Right,
not really
but
going
once
to
it
have
joins the meeting, doesn't it automatically deprecate the quality of the meeting?
no, not just because it's a web browser.
Oh, I thought that mobile devices or web browsers both could only. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well,
I'm
the,
very
the, the
happy to
thing
be
that was
wrong.
missing for me, and rightly so, is there's nothing in this app that says pull out an image, pull out a camera image of anybody, or pull out audio from anybody. It's all generating all of its graphics from data that it gets in terms of chat and Q&A and those sorts of things. So it's not pulling any video, which that's the key that causes the video engine in Zoomland to change its gears. So it's just pulling the data like the API stuff, and doing stuff with that. Every time there's a chat message, every time there's a Q&A, ostensibly, every time somebody joins a meeting or whatever, those sorts of things are available, but no audio and no video.
Gotcha.
But it's running on a separate window. It's running in a separate complete app. Whereas the people that he mentioned, and I'm doing stuff as well, the graphics we're working on is a marketplace app. This is why I was saying, is it marketplace or is it something else? The marketplace app would be running in your Zoom app that you have now. Right. And if I was in camera mode, which is what it's called for this type of thing, I would then be able to overlay graphics around me like you can on and there's more than the two apps that they mentioned. There's quite a lot of apps out there. So I could overlay graphics, and that graphics could be CSS based, so it could be boxes, text, images floating around under JavaScript. All of that could be floating around me or over me or whatever in camera mode. Maybe I'll set up a camera mode demo sometime so you can see how that works. Or go to the GitHub for Zoom and you can run it yourself. So that's running locally, whereas of course what they've done is they've said, let's give a tool that gets all the data in, and then it goes through your production studio process, whether it be OBS, vMix, all the other apps that are there. They just bring it in effectively as a web browser. And because it's running on a little server, if you want to have it in your network, and you want to have different people in your network doing different things, so one doing the chat, and then another one's running OBS, and they can then pull in the browser image, and they can overlay it, and there you are.
Yeah, it's great. Lois, do you want to go now, or do you want to get Robert in first?
Well, if you're
I just don't know if you're changing the topic.
Yeah, I want to change the topic. Are you, Robert, old topic, new topic?
I don't want to change the topic yet.
Go for it.
I'm still digesting it and calming myself down. I don't know if I missed this, but where's the button that says overlay what I've produced onto David's feed?
It's in vMix or Mimo or something like that. You have to bring it into an app.
Right, but I mean, you could hypothetically send the output URL to anyone, and as long as they have a way to ingest that over and overlay it over their camera, then anyone could do it.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm saying this is probably my wish list when we come back at the end of this year is give me a layout that will give me buttons and say, put this overlay onto David's or to John's screen.
Yeah.
I doubt that's going to happen because that's too invasive.
But it can be done because I'm actually working on a project that does similar things, and I already know it works.
Marty, go ahead.
I wasn't sure from that presentation that the URL that's created is a public URL. It sounds like that's a local web server, right? Even if it's not on that computer, if it's within the local network. So I don't think you can just give someone else that URL without having them a VPN. I think it's the same situation where if you wanted to have someone else moderate the chat, they would need to kind of be part of that local network somehow to be able to access the control URL.
Gotcha. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, and I'll add one more to that. All you would have to do then is, of course, if you know you're networking a bit, you just have to port forward. If you really, really wanted to, again, there's no security on the interface. But if you really in a pinch needed somebody remotely to control it, you could actually port forward to that actual server port and then have them administrate the admin, not security suggested whatsoever, because they don't have anything built in there.
Lois, I'm going to keep skipping you just because people don't want to leave this topic. Is that okay? Okay. Fred and Robert.
I'm not a graphics person. I'm a sound guy. But we're talking about, since we're talking about graphics today, who puts those graphics in and takes them out? If we're let's say we're doing I guess the host is in charge of putting those graphics in and taking them out, right? Even though another participant within the meeting could possibly be generating those graphics? Or is it all done by the host?
It's on your own site. I mean, it's on your own.
So I can show you. It's the same exact idea as using something like overlays.uno. Right? So what overlays.uno does is I can customize what I want the output to look like. And then I go up here and I copy output URL.
But you're the host, right? That's why I'm asking my question.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
So anybody in the meeting can just drop a graphic in randomly?
No. So it has nothing to do with being host. The graphics toolkit has to have co-host so that it can grab chat and things like that. And then whoever wants to put it up on their screen has to have two things. One, they have to have some way to ingest it, so like Ecamm or Mimo Live or vMix or something like that. And they have to have access to this output URL, which, as we were just discussing, in this case for overlays, app.overlays is not local, but for this one it is. For the Zoom one, it is local. If you have access to this output overlay, output URL, and you have a way to ingest that into your camera, then you can do it.
But it only shows up on your feed. It's not
correct.
It's not something you're sending to the host for his approval to send to the group.
Correct. So if I understood you correctly. So right now I've got that overlays.uno. It's not going to work until I go over here, and you can see that I'm going to pull that in. Just so that popped in. All that is I have an overlay on my screen on my virtual camera of that output URL. It's the same method, but with a couple differences. Most importantly being that it looks like their output URL is a local one, whereas mine is just, if I gave this URL to you, you could use it also.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm not a graphics guy, but I do a lot of television production. There's a graphics operator, and the graphics operator is approved by the producer, and then the director tells the technical director to put the graphic in and take the graphic out. So there's a lot of people involved in that process, and I wondered if it was the same thing here in this situation.
Monday, did I get that right, by the way?
Yeah, and this is essentially a tool to generate those graphics, right? So the graphics operator now has a new arsenal of tools that they can, a new arsenal of graphics they can, have at their disposal. And one of the common ways that I run a production is that I'm in the meeting as me, but I also have another computer that's in the meeting, and its only role is graphics, right? So if I'm showing on-screen timers, if I'm showing the host slideshow, if I'm playing videos into the meeting, that all is kind of a separate participant in the meeting that's, named the name of the event or something like that. And so the way that I would see something like this, and all these computers are part of my local network, is so that on my screen, I might be the moderator, but the output of that graphics is now going to be an overlay that I can drop on to, thanks, I'm on my headset, not way to adjust that audio right now, Frank, thank you. Except talking quieter. The output of that graphics toolkit would be on the other computer, on the graphics computer, and I can bring that in through overlay or through OBS or vMix or whatever production tool I'm using on that, and show that into the meeting as a graphics layer, but as its own kind of participant. So what David was showing is kind of bringing up this other scene or overlay in Ecamm. That was still him as the participant, that was showing his camera feed I would do that on a separate machine. Typically, I'll do that on a separate machine that is its only role is kind of showing graphics into the meeting. So that's how I can see using a tool like this.
Yeah, so if you're doing something live, let's say you're doing what I would call a corporate event, because I do sports. Let's say I'm at a corporate event, so I'm in a ballroom somewhere. You got this huge screen, and you got all the video people backstage, and you're doing this as a live event to a audience, but you're also streaming it. So the graphics person is creating the graphics. You're just going to have to split that monitor somehow and get it in front of the director, and the director, whoever is in charge of the meeting, would then take those graphics in and out, as opposed to the technical director who would do it in the venues that I work in. The person that's hosting the meeting would be in charge of dropping those graphics in and out and doing whatever. So like I said, I'm not a video guy, I'm an audio guy. So just trying to learn here.
I actually think the idea is that the video guy, the graphics guy, does his work ahead of time. And so he's not creating things on the fly.
Absolutely,
and that this app
that's
actually
true,
is.
But that doesn't. But that's in the live event space, especially in my field, in the medical field. You have a doctor that walks up with a flash drive 10 minutes before he's supposed to be on the stage, and he hands it to the graphics person and says, "Hey, I need you to change slide 37."
Right.
My PowerPoint presentation, and you're like, "I'm sorry, my computer's live right now to the screen. What do you want me to do?" Right. So now the graphics person has to bring two completely different systems in. Actually, I have a woman that lives just north of me. She travels 2 Macs and 2 Windows systems. So she has 4 separate computers running in front of her, because you never know what the person's going to walk up with at a moment's notice, 3 minutes before they're supposed to hit the stage, and you got to be ready.
I'll be honest
insane.
with you. You know what, Fred, though, I'll be honest with you. I don't see this as doing that kind of work. I think this is really about.
We do this. I just did this with the Bureau of Land Management with their Wild Horse and Burrow program.
What I'm saying is, what I'm suggesting is that
live streamed this, and we needed graphics. So
no, but what I'm suggesting is that I don't think this is the program for that. This is the program for doing what they do at Zoomtopia, bringing chat, polls, Q&A, and emojis elegantly onto your stream. That's what I think this is about. If you're doing other
really
graphics presentations, that you're using something else for that. That's I mean, they did have the asset library, but I don't see this as the solution for that.
like you said, it's $100 a year. You know there are people out there that are going to try to do this.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, we will. We'll beat it to death, of course. Yeah. I gotta go make my matzah in a minute. So, John, do you want to jump in?
Yes, I am looking forward, and Ray's looking with dread, to more people now thinking, do you know, just running these meetings in Zoom meetings does seem to be a bit boring. Let's have a look at Zoom webinars. Let's have a look at Zoom sessions and Zoom events and take our productions to the next level. I think these tools are going to start to make people think more about what's possible with Zoom. And hopefully they will then move up to those other products, and they'll be able to do much more impressive events than ever they can with everybody dropping in on the URL of a Zoom meeting.
Well, the fact that it's also tied to a hub means that if I'm going to have, in fact, in April, I've got my own event with one of my clients that's been on the books for a long time, and another client who came in 2 months ago and said, hey, could you help me? And so I've got 3 other people who are going to be basically working that event. And so they would be able to use this tool because it's tied to the event as the host, is my understanding. And if not, I'm going to try and get that somehow worked in so that they could use this in each of their sessions. This client's got 3 concurrent sessions kind of throughout several days, and the ability to use this all within a Zoom Hub event would be great.
That's what they said, Ray. If you have a hub, so if you're a hub manager, you should be running it.
Yeah, the question is, if I invite an alt host in, can they also run it? And that's a minutia question.
No, they've got to be in charge of a hub, I think is what he said.
You can also set up co-hosts, but they have to be on the same account. Yeah, it's complicated.
Ray, I would keep that one for Josh when Andy joins us on Wednesday.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Is that, again, we can get more into the weeds when it comes to more of hub assignments, or maybe Andy hasn't even thought of this yet, and this could be something fairly quickly added to. I don't know if it becomes a licensing issue or not.
What's
Yeah,
Wednesday?
Wednesday is the Zoom Events office hours show that Josh Bragg has been having for well over a year, that anybody who's got Zoom Events license or doesn't and just wants to learn more can come in on a Wednesday morning and ask their technical questions.
By the way, just before we go to Lois, who has a burning question, I can tell it's going to be a good one, or thought. There is now on our Discord a channel for Zoom Graphics Toolkit, and I just linked today's show in there so that, because this was just a fantastic run through. So whenever we get to play with it, we'll be able to chat there about it. I'm going to hand this to Mike and Lois and all of you, and so I'm going to go make my matzah for Passover.
I don't see that in the chat, FYI, David. Did you say you just put a link in the chat? I don't see it.
No, I'm sorry. I put it in the Discord.
Oh, in the Discord. Okay, thank you.
Yep, you got it. Take care, guys.
Take
All
care,
right.
David. Bye.
Over to you, Lois. What is that burning question?
Burning question. Well, actually, it's a sort of a strange question. I know that if I share screen, I now, hallelujah, can share two things, not just one. Isn't that amazing? That's wonderful. My question is, can I share screen and Mike share screen at the same time? So we can have things up there from two different people, compare and contrast and whatever it is we're working on.
Yeah, but most users just can't find them all and get lost.
Say
Not
again?
the way you're thinking about, Lois. We have tabs now, right? So multi people sharing, you end up with a bunch of tabs along the top of the Zoom window, so it's not going to be on screen together at the same time.
You could pick one at a time, just one at a time.
So it's not side by side. It's just either Mike or Lois or.
Yep. And that's why they get lost.
Well, there's a whole bunch of changes coming about how people view Zoom meetings anyways, so there'll be even more chaos soon.
Thank you.
Excellent question, though, Lois. Because again, with that new functionality that we just found today, that was.
But the ability for you, Lois, to share multiple screens at the same time has existed for a long time. That's
Yes.
not new.
I know that's not new, but it's very. So if I want to show off an application and I want Mike to show off a different application doing the same thing, so we can look at them both side by side, what I'm going to have to do is have Mike send me the link to get the application images, and I'll share two screens.
Well, at that point, wouldn't you have to bring it into some sort of a switcher and make a double box?
No. What do you mean a double box?
Well, you would take two video sources. You would have two separate video sources.
If you have two windows on your computer, you can show both windows at the same time as a share.
If the recipient has a dual screen, right? What if they only have a single screen?
If you were to look at us in multi-view, you would see one person and then another person side by side. That's what your shared screen would look like. Two screens. We could try it.
Okay, let's do it. That's what we're here for.
That's what we're
All
here
right.
for. Okay.
So-
All right,
How
let's
about
do it.
I'll share, and if you guys have other things, oh, never mind. John beat me to it. So John has two windows. Now
So you can all
Mike
tell me if I
has-
got the right fridge, if I'm ordering the right fridge. That'd be fantastic. Thanks for your help.
Right, but I'm seeing
Now-
both of his screens kind of overlaid with each other.
Okay, but look at the top of your screen, Fred. At the very top, you've got
Yeah.
tabs. Now we're at Mike's tab. And if you clicked on John's tab, you'd see the other screen. That's what he was saying.
Oh, look at that.
Two
How cool is
people,
that?
but not at the same time. But if you look at John's screen, he has two windows open at the same time.
And if you're running dual monitors, Lois, like I am, I could see all of that at the same time. So I'm looking at John's graphic here with the goggles on, or I'm sorry, John's got the got the two web browsers open, and Mike's got the goggles graphic on.
Yeah, and I'm seeing that too because I run dual monitors. So on my monitor with all of us, I see the guy with the VR headset, and on my other monitor, I see the dual windows.
So
And
Lois,
since
I
have
think
Force
if you
and
have
Simple,
dual,
just one monitor, which I've always had, I have tabs at the top, just like Mike was talking about.
right,
And
okay.
that's cool. I didn't know that there was tabs at the top. That's something new I've learned today.
Since Zoom 6. But Lois, if you were to have dual monitors, and this other person that you're talking about also had dual monitors, and in Zoom on the share button as the host, you've enabled multiple presenters can share at the same time, then both of you would be able to see exactly what your question was asking about. Can we see multiple things at the same time? But all of that would have to be checked off.
And everyone who was watching the meeting would have to have dual monitors in order to see them simultaneous.
Right. And, which is a typical setup in a corporate where they have Zoom rooms. You've usually got, two monitors up on a wall. There's the Excel spreadsheet from one office. There's the PowerPoint from the other office. And then there's the film strip of the talking heads all going on at the same time. Both sides can see.
If I can just
that was
give
a
you
nice
another.
poll that popped up, but we couldn't click on it.
Yeah. I can give you another use case for those multiple share screens. When we have interpretation, we have the presentations in different languages, and we have the name of the user with the language, so it doesn't come up as Mike screen, but it comes up as French screen or French share or English share. And then we just we trigger them off and move the slides simultaneously. And then anyone who wants to watch a specific language, the share in a specific language, chooses the language that he wants. And that works really good, especially with medical high-tech stuff where there's a lot of phrases that need to be translated.
That's really cool. I'm glad to hear that because I'm in the medical business too. So I have not seen them utilize that in the far end because I'm usually in the OR with the doctors, but sometimes we get a return feed and it's just a big screen and all they have is our primary output.
Yeah, and just a reminder to everybody that on YouTube, I know you didn't see all of it and you just saw my share screen. Everybody was giving you feedback of what they were seeing within the actual Zoom meeting at this end. So just a reminder to our group, our panelists, is that my share took over YouTube and nobody saw John's. So during that whole process again. So just a reminder of that too. Sorry guys, continue.
So
Again, the difference between a single screen and having dual screens because YouTube is a single streaming platform, unfortunately.
With no
yeah,
tab.
and it took the last share. So if somebody else did do a share after me, that would have been the dominant, right?
And John's question about does follow host order allow you to control which tab they see? Host order, as I understand it, is only about gallery view. It's about position in the gallery view. Is that not correct? Is that correct? Mike, you're looking so
good question. No, that's a good question. I'm thinking about that one.
Maybe that's another test for right now.
Yeah, you're the host. You follow host order. Let's see.
All right. Let me
I think
enable that.
I'm curious if the live stream saw your screen share because you're the host. Because I know rather than the last person to share, because when you in the screen share settings, when you enable multiple people to share simultaneously, there's also an option in there about kind of when to switch or who has priority or something like that. I forget what it says, but I think host is the option. So I think my guess is because your host is why it prioritized yours rather than the last person, but I don't know.
Yeah, I can't vouch for that, Muddy, at this particular point. I know if you're talking in the back end, all I know is what I can see now. And right now in the advanced sharing options, it gives me, and that's Lois. Okay, so currently right now Lois is actually sharing last after John. So I'll wait and see on YouTube what we actually see. But as far as the actual advanced sharing options right now, I have one participant can share at a time, and David right now by default has it as multiple participants can share, and YouTube just went to Lois's share.
Yeah, I'm following YouTube now on my cell phone, and I just saw it go to Lois's share.
Yeah. So it is still the last one, no matter if I'm host or not, that ends up being the share.
And
Go ahead, Lois.
it is when you did follow host order, even though I was in multi-speaker view, the gallery part of it moved around. So your follow host order and then you move something, that changed the gallery part. It didn't change the share.
Okay, because I was still in the midst of trying to find that follow host setting, and I haven't done it yet.
Oh. Well, let's stop the share, and then we'll be able to be in gallery view.
Yeah, let me just see where that setting is.
It's
And-
under
Right-hand
view.
corner under view.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then like
at the top.
halfway,
Yeah,
three-quarter
got
of the way down, follow order.
Yeah, 1 sec. Did David enable that for me?
And I think you have to stop the share before we'll be able to tell. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Come here on the view. I do not see that option, Jason. I've only got.
Are you in full screen?
No, I'm not. Let me just see if that does matter if I'm shrunk a little bit.
Let's see. You are the host. Is he still using personal meeting room? Okay, that may have something to do with it.
Okay.
I'm not sure because I only use personal meeting room on one-on-ones.
Right.
But in a normal Zoom meeting, non-personal meeting room, upper right-hand corner view, you can choose speaker gallery, multi-speaker. You can sort your gallery by blah, blah, blah. Right in that top 25% of that drop-down menu is host video.
Got it. Yeah, I had to turn everybody. So
host
YouTube you will,
video order.
Yeah, so I had to go actually into gallery to actually get that functionality.
Yes,
and
that's
unfortunately, you'll see that on YouTube. We'll be in gallery mode momentarily here. So follow host video order. There you go.
Yeah.
Did everybody get that pop up?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you should see Ray, then me, then Jason, and then the meters. Those are my top 4 that I'm seeing right now.
That is correct.
Frank put information in our chat about what exactly it does. And what it does not do is it does not kick me out of multi-speaker mode into gallery view because I'm in multi-speaker mode. So it doesn't kick me out. It only changes people who are in gallery view.
Interesting. And Fred's got the YouTube feed up there on his phone, Mike, if you could see that shot.
Yeah, I got that.
So when you go back to share, we should see how it works.
Only if you're in gallery view. And I'm not sure that your phone has the gallery view that we're using.
Yeah, because that's YouTube, Fred, correct? So I'm still sending. Oh, that's good. That it's actually not listening to gallery mode on me right now. That's good. I don't know why, but it should be, because when David started the stream, he was in gallery and I had to tell him to go out of gallery into either multi-speaker or speaker mode.
Or spotlight.
Well, again, I've been doing all the spotlighting for the show so far.
But doesn't spotlight make the speaker go to YouTube?
Yes, that's why when Jonathan was doing his demos, that's why you saw me go to spotlight mode most of it when people were asking questions, because I wanted to keep Jonathan up the whole time on YouTube.
Okay, so
so now that you've changed your settings, let's try that share thing again. So I'm going to hold my phone.
Okay,
here
so I'll leave that on, and now
see
you want
what's
me
happening in
to.
YouTube.
All right, so you want me to share again? I can do that. So I will share my PowerPoint. All right.
And then somebody else has to share and figure out who's in charge of those shares.
John, you want to do that? Okay, John's in.
All right. Yeah,
So then the question is, what's going to show up on Fred's phone? And we can't tell because he's holding it in front of a virtual background.
Well, like, yeah, I can't see myself anymore because it's now gone into some gallery mode. Let me turn off my background. Hold on. Figure out how to do that.
Or just look at it and tell us what it says, Fred.
It's easier to do it this way.
No, because we're not seeing it.
I know.
Fred, hold it in front of your chest, and then then it works. Yeah.
I had it turned sideways. So yeah. So now I'm seeing the screen that's around my gallery. I'm not seeing the shared screen. The shared screen has that VR headset thing on it.
No, you've got John's share, I think, is what you're looking at. So, Mike, do you have the ability to switch tabs, or do you have multi-screens?
I'm using multi-screen.
So then you can't switch tabs. So Zoom is only going to see the last one then. I mean, YouTube is only going to see the last one.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah.
That's what I think what we were trying to test was to see what does YouTube, who has control of YouTube. And right now it's seeing John's screen. It's not seeing Mike's screen.
Yeah, I know when we've tested this
thing that came out, because that's the thing on Mike's screen is the last thing that got shown is on one display. And previous things are another. Can a third person join and see if they bump these two off of Mike's screen?
Well, that's what I thought the second screen would have done, but it didn't.
It did.
Oh, okay. Well, then have Mike stop sharing and then come back and share again, and let's see if that virtual headset goes to
All
YouTube.
right. Stop sharing. And start sharing. And you should start seeing it in the room, and then give us 30 seconds on YouTube. Yep.
So Mike, when you did that, well, actually you're the one who's sharing, so you can't tell. But now that Robert's got his up, is that moving him off from one of your monitors to the other?
It did actually move me.
Yeah, on my monitor it switched. There it goes. It switched. So
you're looking at YouTube. You're looking at YouTube.
Yeah. So for me, Lois, what ended up happening is that when Robert started sharing, it actually put it on my monitor over in this. So I have my two monitors. So Robert's over here now, and I'm sharing from this monitor.
Can you stop sharing, Mike, and we'll still have two people up? And then we'll see. It should on Zoom, on YouTube, I think it should stay with Robert because he was last.
Right.
We'll find out.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
so no matter if I was
that one to the ground, let's move on.
But yeah, that was definitely the scenario with that. Yeah, I'll go back into multi-speaker mode from YouTube, and there we go. Just to make sure that all is back to normal for our friends on YouTube. And of course, YouTube, this is a perfect time to actually segue and actually do our quick little stinger, which is, don't forget, it's time for question and answers on YouTube. If you have any for any of our panelists, by all means, let us know in chat, and I will relay it to the group. And Fred, I can explain later what I just did there. When it came to graphics. That's
this is
funny.
fun. I'm glad to be helping out, answering questions. This is what we're here for, is to try out new features. And I'm learning something because like I said, I'm not a graphics guy.
Yeah. So basically what I did was, again, just to add another caveat into this, that was my ATEM Mini Pro that did that. And that was basically using their functionality of their media files. So basically, each individual shape was a picture. So as far as the switcher was concerned, it just cycled through a whole bunch of pictures, and then it came back. So again, very similar to how you do like a sticker, or you would do like a wipe, a graphic wipe. That was basically what that is. Basically, it was just individual pictures that I just told that picture that is transparent to be read. Go ahead, Lois.
So I know that the folks on YouTube can't see the internal Zoom chats. And so I copied Frank's post of describing what that whole share thing is. And I posted it in the YouTube chat, but it wouldn't all go at once. So I had to break it up a little bit. Anyway, that's what that is.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Thanks, Lois. I usually do that, but thank you for helping. So that's awesome. Okay, Jason, I do have comments about Windows today that I noticed, and I do definitely want an update. Look at Jason going, "Oh my God, don't talk to me about Microsoft." Yes, we have to talk about the elephant that is coming in the room, and his name is October. It's based in October, and I'll talk about that in a little bit, but I'll deviate from that right now to chat. If you have anything on YouTube chat, if you have any questions before I dive into the infamous world of Microsoft and how it affects us on Zoom and how it's been blowing up Jason's life for the last month and a half, and as he nods at everybody, even though we're not seeing it on YouTube, you'll see Jason nod momentarily. I trust me. But we'll talk about that here shortly. But yes, if there's any other topics that the room wants to talk about, by all means, we'll bring that up now, because I know the Microsoft one might get into a discussion, and it might be not nice one. It might be heated. So I'm warning everybody on YouTube that the Windows one will be interesting, because I'm definitely noticed something that actually happened to me this week. So, Jason, do we dare go down this road?
Wait a minute, Windows 13? Where did that come from?
Patience. Patience. They don't know their number scheme. They don't know what they're doing. No, I'm that last part was kidding. That's called frustration coming out there. They think they know what they're doing, and from some of the videos that I saw today, Jason, you're not going to be a happy man even more. That get released in the latest beta preview, which is that now all of a sudden our start button, that part that opens the start button now was this small on Windows 11 is now this small. Sorry, this small. In Microsoft, Jason's going, why? We'll get into that too. So they went from this small when it pops up in the middle now to this small. Notice I didn't say small anymore. Oh, they get small, but I went this way, right? But yeah, wonderful world of Windows 11, and eventually that is going to be 25H2, I believe, aka Windows 13, as we've been joking around in the chat about. Wait a minute, what happened to 12? We're not going down that road right now either. But Jason, by all means, I know the Zoom Test Kitchen.
13 a bad number? You don't have 13 in elevators, right? Isn't 13 a bad number?
Well, you're starting to think that, they should be renaming 11 to 13. That's what I'm just saying. It's getting to that point. But Jason, I know the Zoom Test Kitchen did follow you a couple weeks ago on your escapades when it comes to drivers. How are those drivers?
Well,
and are they driving you nuts? Notice the pun there.
Yes to the second question. To the first question, do you want the good news first or the bad news first?
Oh, if I had the poll graphics up from earlier today, I would have a goal.
Right. So Windows 11 24H2, the good news is that there are fixes that have been pushed out into the wild from Microsoft. So that's the good news. I'm seeing that in the tea leaves. The bad news is it hasn't automatically rolled onto my machines yet. And so I'm still playing around with different driver configurations and trying to figure out what the deal is. And for further detail, it's confirmed that they have been messing with the audio APIs in Windows 11 24H2. It's couched in the same package as the Copilot, which is why a few weeks ago when Mike and others suggested going in and just tweaking it to turn off the Copilot section, it worked. But the audio API that's within that part of the package that's tied to what they're calling not focus mode. Shoot, now I'm stuck in Zoom terminology. Audio focus.
Well,
there we go.
There is focus in Windows.
Yes, audio focus mode, which was a previous package as part of Microsoft Studio. So they've taken that code, dropped it into 24H2 as part of the package around Copilot. I'm seeing eyes glazing over. But that's where the problem lies. And so these audio drivers that are trying to talk to the API, and they're not, and that's why the microphones are unmuting every time a sound plays. So you have Outlook open, and there's a counter reminder, bing bong, your microphone unmutes. What? I didn't ask it to unmute. That's what's happening. And so in Zoom world, when you get a bunch of Windows people coming into your meetings, and as the host, you're like, mute this one, mute all, unmute the person that actually should be talking. If you've got Windows 11 24H2 people in there, that could be causing your angst. But like I say, the good news is I'm starting to see, and there were Windows updates this week that have rolled out to my part of the world. They didn't solve my particular problems, but like I'm saying, I'm seeing on the tea leaves around in the world that it is starting to slowly solve problems as Microsoft went, oops, we better fix that.
So you can't go grab those updates, as you said.
Oh, I have grabbed the updates, but on my particular Dell laptop that I like to use, I'm not seeing results there yet.
So Fred, just at your scenario is, yes, you could actually go to the actual, again, we're going to go a little hardcore for Windows people for a few seconds. You can actually download what basically Windows Update does for everybody publicly, where you could actually download each individual update, but it may or may not affect your version of the operating system. So where the Windows Update by automatic that does it for your operating system knows what you've got installed, it will only update those certain things that are broken, right? But yes, you could actually
that's the problem with having three versions, right? You have Windows 11 Home, Windows 11 Pro.
Yeah,
and
keep going.
And what's the other one?
Enterprise.
Oh, well, there are many, but I can tell you it's that 24H2 update. So, and it gets forced down on you. You know, all of a sudden you'll be in the middle of something, and then you get the little pop-up coming from your taskbar, you know, getting ready to restart in 5 minutes, and you say a bunch of words you can't say in church, and you try to hit pause, and then it updates, and then you have to roll back the update because you want your microphone to work correctly. So yeah,
you can also tell it to not do it during working hours, right? I mean,
right, and you can try to push it off as much as possible, because this update came out in November of 24, and they're just now starting to release fixes in April of 25. So, yes, sir. So don't update to 24H2 is my recommendation, and maybe they'll get it figured out before October of 25. I don't know.
Mine just did it this morning, so I'm already in trouble. If for some reason it literally just did an update this morning.
Yeah. So let's talk about the quote unquote literally did an update this morning. So now
I saw that Frank local user. Ugh.
Yeah. So the local, so again, if you want to bypass the Microsoft account forceability of Windows 10 or Windows 11 24H2, there is a workaround, but it's not necessarily pretty. And they keep, which is Microsoft, as the underground world, which is a lot of the influencer world, which I've told Jason about as long as Jason is following along with the toolkit that I talked about 2 weeks ago. And I'll talk about that again for everybody that hasn't seen that show when we did that a couple weeks ago on Friday. I'll talk about that app again. And basically, there's another workaround that Microsoft has done is shut down that workaround. But again, we've found out that there is another workaround on top of that workaround. So that you could actually still do a local account so that you don't have to do a Microsoft account when you install the operating system. Now, what I was talking about earlier to Jason's effect is that I've seen some latest beta that came out this week of the start menu now going from this big to this big, or in their version, this small to this small, which is not officially small. So what they're doing is everybody just loves which means they don't, love the fact that you can actually pin all your stuff to the start menu. This is the infamous pin to start menu. Well, now they're doing category to start menu for Jason's love of this now.
Listen, this we want to look like Mac OS to try to entice users to come over. BS, and I can tell you what I think every Windows user that I've interfaced with is they go into their taskbar and they change the settings to throw the start button back over in the bottom left hand corner. They turn a tab categorization off so that you can actually see, okay, if I've got three web browsers open, I actually see three as did it glitch?
It did.
Did it
It
free?
certainly
It did.
did.
Okay, so darn it, that's another darn driver that I've been USB 3.0 Genesis driver 5.10 to 5.12, and this morning they released 5.13, and it's causing instability on my USB 3.0 hub where I've got my webcam plugged into. My audio channel runs outside of this docking station.
Jason, come over to the Mac side. It's just
I'm ready.
Come to the light side. Come to the light side.
I'm ready. I'm ready. You could put in the chat your links to the refurbished Mac store or like last year's model Mac store, right? I'm up. I'm totally up for it. I've been using Windows since freaking Windows 95, and I'm done. I'm so done.
Do it before the tariffs kick in.
absolutely.
That's another good point. But what ended up happening to me today, Jason, which I don't know if you've seen yet because of the update that happened today, is now my PC that is compatible to update to Windows 11 23H2 is now being jammed down my throat.
Yeah.
So I cannot reboot the machine now without it telling me, would you like to upgrade now? How about
yes. And when you do that, it will also try to force you into Windows Hello, which is, as Frank had put in the chat earlier, to get rid of the local account. And so Windows Hello, tells you, oh, it's a security enhancement. You can use your fingerprint. You can use the webcam, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, basically wants to know who's signing on so that it ties it to your Microsoft account. And all of that information is getting pumped into Copilot for user context so that it's looking through your emails. It's looking through your SharePoint/OneDrive folders. It's reading all of that stuff. The messages you send, the messages you receive, it's looking at everything in Teams, all of your groups, all of your channels, all of the content that's posted in Teams to understand you so that when you ask Copilot a question or you ask it for help, it has the context that it needs. And supposedly all of this is not a privacy concern because it will reside within your little private sphere on your server farm that's allocated to your enterprise license, supposedly.
I uninstalled Copilot. I went to the apps and I uninstalled it. I took it out and said, nope, I don't want that on my computer.
You really didn't. You
Yeah, I was
can
gonna
you
say
can
it's not
turn
in
you
the
can
apps
turn
anymore.
you can turn it off. You can't uninstall it.
Yeah.
It said uninstall, and it said there was when I clicked on it, it said uninstall, and it took it out of the list of apps that's installed on my computer. I agree. It's probably baked into the OS somewhere, but at least when you go to the apps tab now, Copilot is no longer there as
And
an
you believe
installed
it?
app.
For now is the official answer, Fred. What does that
yeah.
mean? The official.
Well, I
It's
mean,
it's
in the
hiding.
beginning days, you couldn't uninstall Xbox or whatever X Live or whatever it is. Now you can supposedly, but
It takes it
everybody
off your
knows.
dashboard, but yeah, unless you do that little registry hack, for lack of a better term, that Mike provided a couple of weeks ago, that stuff is just it's cooking in the background for your convenience.
Okay,
What do
Mike,
we-
I
what
need
do
you
we-
to send me an email. I need all those hacks.
What are
Because
we
I'm going to go in there and
talking?
turn all that crap off. I hate all of it.
Yep. Just one sec. I'm just actually looking up that app. So go ahead and talk, everybody, and I'll be
Well,
right
here's
back.
here was my other question for you. Can't you turn off your TPM thing? Because supposedly, if the TPM 2.0 isn't enabled, your computer can't upgrade to Windows 11.
Over to Jason.
I don't know the answer to that, but I'm really liking what you're saying. Writing it
Well, that's what
down
because that's what I have it right now.
because that's how it talks to the mothership.
That's how it talks to the mothership. Is that the TPM 2.0? It says if you're. That's how come I just went and bought a new laptop because my Dell laptop doesn't do that. I can't enable it. I can't. This computer I'm currently talking on, even though it's got the best processor, I haven't updated the BIOS in it, and so the TPM is not in there. I've got to update the BIOS on this computer, and then it'll probably go to Windows 11. But yeah, supposedly if you turn that off, your computer can't.
And I've been playing with Copilot and using it because I got a lot of clients asking about it, yada yada yada. So it's like I got to get up to speed on it anyway. And yeah, I mean there've been times when I've said, okay, this is helpful. This has saved me some time compared to doing it manually and doing it all myself. But it's not on my production machines. No way.
Yeah. So just to let everybody know about TPM 2.0, right now, I can vouch that one of my test systems that I'm currently running, where did Fred go? There's Fred. Okay. Yeah. One of my test machines that I'm currently running right now, Windows 11, 24H2, I'm running TPM 1.1. Notice I didn't say the number 2.
And it actually took the update?
And I'm fully up to date.
Really? Wow. Because
Yes.
I think my Windows is 24H. Here, let me just go find out real quick.
So it installs all the code, but the telemetry isn't able to execute because of the TPM. It makes sense.
So again, there's also going to be
I'm at 22H2.
Oh, stay there.
I'm at 22H2. I'm on Windows 10 Pro. I am not Windows 11.
Okay.
This computer will not go to 11 because the
BIOS.
according to the stuff that it sent me, and when I went to go check it to see if it could do the update, because I'm okay with it taking me to 11. I mean, but it won't do it.
Right.
So I'm wondering if you turned yours off.
Oh, Fred, we lost audio. You muted.
Sorry. You've already upgraded to 11
on one of my test machines. Okay. I'm like Jason, where I won't break my production stuff, nor should anybody be playing with 23H2 right now in production, in my opinion. And of course, Jason will probably have that similar opinion. 23H2 at most would be where I'd be going, especially for the vMix world. If you're running vMix, they do not support 24H2 right now. It's buggy. The operating system itself, that flavor is buggy using vMix. They will run 23H2.
With the audio APIs.
Right. And again, again, vMix is its own animal, and I don't want to get into that unless people do have questions about vMix. We can get into that. But when it comes to the operating system for vMix, right now, 23H2 NVIDIA driver based and audio driver based is functional, and they've got that working with as long as you are up to date, like Andy was mentioning earlier, where it would probably be best if you do update vMix to the latest version, as well as OBS, because they will have the latest versions of Chrome so that you can now use the new Liminal/Zoom app that Andy and Jonathan showed us today. Go ahead, Lois.
I'm just wondering if, are we done with the Zoom stuff? Because if so, I'll head out and I'll see y'all next week.
With the Zoom stuff? Oh, related to...
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Is there more Zoom questions coming is my question.
Oh, well, right now we're talking, well, officially we're talking about how Jason's having issues using Windows with Zoom.
I understand that. I'm just wanting
Okay.
to know if there's, I didn't see any more questions and no more hands. So I'll leave you guys and see you later. Bye.
Okay. See you.
See you later. Bye.
Bye, Lois.
Yeah, thanks
All
for
right.
the links. I'm definitely Mac is
Oh,
on the list. It's on the shopping list.
Mac is on the list, and let's segue just a second and take us away from Windows. Let's take us over to Robert. So how's your 4K experiment been going all show, Robert?
Yeah,
Give us
I'm
an update.
actually, yeah, I'm really impressed. It's been stable in terms of video. However, the message I'm getting is that the audio is having an issue because YouTube for 4K is expecting a minimum of 128 kilobits per second, and Mimo Live is only capable of sending out 64 kilobits per second of audio. So that's
Your
the
lip sync
error
is
message.
definitely off in the gallery, just FYI.
Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about Robert speaking right now
Yeah,
that he's out of sync?
when he's speaking and I'm seeing him in the gallery, his lip sync is off.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
heard the clap before I saw it. Your video is delayed.
Okay, interesting. So
No, Robert, you're not using up I know you're sending a lot of bandwidth because you're doing 4K. Are you using up a lot of your upstream?
no, but I'm sending off 4K on a separate machine and streaming on a separate machine on the 10 gigabit network with a
Right, but-
dedicated 300. It's a separate link, internet link. 300.
Okay, so you're on two different internets.
Correct.
Connection.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but this may be something to do with going through the ATEM and the audio is going directly through into the Mac Mini.
Yeah,
So I haven't
that's usually
synced.
the issue. Is it's you're running it through one of those graphics machines that they don't take into account the audio for whatever reason. The audio goes straight and it's always ahead. I have the same problem with most
Fred's
webinars.
right. Yeah, Fred's
okay.
right. So what I had to do in my A10 Mini Pro, because I'm running, as Fred said, it through one of those video things, which is the video switcher. Yeah, so I'm running it right now too. And what I had to do was actually, because of the fact of HDMI, which is unfortunately the biggest culprit in most cases, it will be lacking in the regards of audio will be sooner than video. So what I had to do was actually in the actual ATEM itself, actually set up so that I am X amount of frames delayed in the video. So now that's why I'm in sync when you guys see me coming through my ATEM. But you're right, Fred.
I see it all the time, and it really is, especially in the live world, because we have these things that do virtual things now, like on basketball, for example, on the floor of the basketball court, there's advertising that's not actually there. So we have to run it through these computers, and the manufacturers of those computers don't give a shit about audio. It's like, okay, well, you have this device that you're doing sales through this. You're making money because you sold this to your client, but excuse my language, but you're messing up the end product because you're taking the audio and video and making it out of sync. I mean, come on, guys, it's not that hard. It's your box. You should be able to build in the proper amount of delay. You should know what your input timing is and your output timing is and make the audio the exact same length. It's not that hard.
Yeah, Fred, you're right. And basically what they're doing there is, again, they're just, there's the main feed that's going out and they're just putting an additional overlay, but that overlay is just enough to make that X amount of frames out because of all the extra processing power they have to do to now generate that graphic in the proper location every frame per second. Right.
And the problem
it
is
just
it's all
doesn't keep up.
embedded. It's all embedded. You can't do anything with it. It's up to the manufacturer to fix it. Unless I take it out, de-embed it, delay it, re-embed it, and put it back in, there's no fix for it. I mean, it's ridiculous that there's every manufacturer out there does not give a damn about audio. And it's, I don't know.
You can tell that that's coming from a true audio mixer person that's been doing this for decades, and I know that. Go ahead, Robert.
And I'm going to ask Fred again. Is my audio delayed or is my video delayed?
Your video's delayed. Always. Always the video's delayed. The audio is never delayed.
This is really strange because I'm going straight into an A10 Mini from my camera and going straight into the
But your
Mac
A10
Mini.
your A10 Mini, unless you've gone into your A10 Mini and set up a delay in the audio, because your USB microphone or whatever microphone you are is being embedded with the video, unless there's a way to break those two apart, delay the audio, and then put it back together again, video's always going to be late.
Yeah,
I'm not pushing audio through the A10 Mini, so that's the reason.
That would be the other thing too.
Again, there's another. It's like putting it through a frame synchronizer. It has to put it into a memory, look at it, make it from whatever flavor it is over here to whatever flavor it needs to be when it leaves. There's time involved.
Yeah, yeah. It's all about the encoding and decoding is what it's got to do. But yeah. So Robert, so basically, what you would need to do is, because you have the USB coming in and you have the ATEM coming in and you're not putting the audio together within the ATEM, now you've got to have a third layer, another wall, that those two are now combining together that now will delay the two before you actually connect it to Zoom.
I know what it's called. That layer is called the ATEM Mini Extreme G2.
Well, again, yeah, if you want XLR. So that's Robert's comment on that. But yes, no, Robert can do it if he goes into the Mini and he comes out, XLR to Mini. But yes, I agreed. And that's been conversation that Robert and I have had multiple times on the Zoom Test Kitchen. But yes.
But thank you, Fred. I didn't realize that I had just not even thought about myself in this configuration, because I do it in my production. I'm not part of the production, so I always do the beginning end, but I didn't do it for myself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is everybody makes the mistake about their own video. They're worried about all the other stuff, but their own stuff. I mean, like I said, I'm on a thing on Wednesdays, and this guy, he lives in Thailand now. He used to live in Las Vegas, and I'm always telling him your lip sync's out, and so he does this. I go, well, I heard it before I saw it. How about me? I mean, I'm curious. I've just got a stupid webcam up there. I don't have any headphones in or anything. How's my sync?
Ideal, perfect.
Because again, you're using the webcam mic.
I'm using the webcam mic. It's embedded right there with the video. It's perfect.
Yeah. Go ahead, Frank.
Oh, I put a file in the chat for Robert. It'll tell you if your video's late or if your audio's out of sync. It's just a PowerPoint slideshow with a bunch of video tests, and one of them is for sync.
Thank you, Frank. I've always wanted to have this, and I've got one.
There's lots of utilities for this you can get on the web, but basically it just does that.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool ones on YouTube. It's got bouncing balls and people talking and sliding things, and and they're all different frame rates and all different codecs, so you can put it for whatever kind of machine you have. And yeah, it's pretty extensive that's out there, but manufacturers don't use them. It just drives me insane.
Yeah. Not a word of a lie, Fred. Not a word of a lie. You're right. And actually another culprit that I watch all the time, and we'll be watching guaranteed on the weekend, is our friends at the NHL. They do exactly the same thing to us too, where they want to change all the advertising on the outer boards.
Yeah, the dasher boards. I was Turner called me a couple of weeks ago. They wanted me to go do a couple of NHL games, and I thought about it for a while, and I went, first of all, my wife's having a lot of memory issues, so I probably shouldn't leave town. But second of all, I've done those shows, and sometimes you have to have 3 different delays for your announcers, depending on whether they're on air, whether they're on air on some stupid eyeball camera that's shooting the announcers sitting there, or you have the RF camera that walked up and happened to do an interview with some player somewhere because it's on an RF link.
Yep.
All 3 of those have different timings.
Yep.
And I said, no.
Nope, there I am. Yeah, as Frank's sharing, you're still sharing, Frank. Yeah, but there we go.
Just coming back to answer your question, yes, so the stream is going through 4K. It's stable. The connection is excellent. The Mac Mini is running, the processor is running around 20%. GPU is also running around 25%. But that's the only issue I have. And it's not even warm. I can't even hear the fan running. So after all this time, I think it's really, really cool. And this is the first time I've streamed RTMP from Mimo Live in 4K.
Right. Does Mimo Live give us a little more of the background? Do they allow you to do different codecs, Robert?
Good question. Just give me a second.
All righty. As Robert goes to check.
What's the little flashy blue light on your collar? Was that your microphone? It just happened to come back from looking at my screen, and I saw this little flashy blue light.
I have Bluetooth headsets, not a microphone, but just to listen.
Oh, there you go. There's another added latency.
Yeah. But there's no sound going out of there. That's only coming in.
Well,
He's only using it for headphones.
I'm saying that now, if you're trying to tell everybody else about their lip sync, you're using the wrong tools.
I agree. But this isn't something I use. This is something just for now.
Yeah. No, just as Robert's taking a look, yeah, just for everybody on YouTube, what Fred meant by that was that, yeah, go ahead. That's what Robert usually uses is EKGs. But again, Bluetooth itself, even though it's a luxury, it's also a delay for free, as I would say. Basically, because again, the Bluetooth has to take its time to convert that audio coming into it, especially if you're using a Bluetooth mic to convert it. Then it's got to go wirelessly over to the USB connector that's receiving the Bluetooth. Now bring it into the PC. Now you've got, so that's audio now in the PC. Or great, or Mac. Now we've got to sync the video. And the video is coming from a different potential USB port or maybe Thunderbolt port, depending on. Now you've got to combine those 2 together. And now you got the magic of television. Now you're in sync. So yeah, so that's where Fred was saying, but then you're trying to
monitor that, and you're already late of what you're hearing. So that's why I was saying your tools. If you're monitoring in Bluetooth, you have no point of reference because you don't know what the latency is from the transmitter to you and the time it takes for it to convert it back to analog to get the drivers to go into your brain. So you have to be on a hardware like he has those AKG headsets. Yeah. That's a reference because it's, I hate digital world sometimes.
Yeah, it is very true. In Mimo Live, in all fairness, in Mimo Live, you can delay the audio, but you can also delay the video, which is quite cool. But
that is cool. But why would you ever need to delay the video? The video's always late. Every single piece of equipment you run video through, it's going to be late. Audio is one exception. Audio is generally late as well because it's processed. But I have never, ever had to make the video go slower. Ever.
Yeah, I'll tell you where it happens, Fred. When we're doing hybrids and we're pulling stuff in from Zoom, and it's coming in, and we're doing it on Mimo Live. There's something, with Zoom, you've got the 2 channels that go through separately, the audio and the video, and depending on where you are in the world, you can come through and you will be out of sync. during the event. Yeah? Something will be catching up with something else. And what I've found is it really depends a lot on the time of day. In other words, the load on the servers.
Well, those are different streams, right? So they're different. They're physically different streams. They're not a single stream that's coming in. Yeah. So that
Correct.
Of course they wouldn't be in sync unless you have them referenced to a PTP clock someplace. Yeah. There's no way. It would.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where you are in the world. You might get lucky one day, but most days, not a chance.
Yeah, I can explain that a little more on the technical side. So basically, the scenario is in a lot of the cases, I'll stay away from Zoom for now because they're a little different. But when it comes to, like Fred was saying, that they're two individual streams, yes, even in the streaming world, they are still officially two individual streams where the audio and video is being combined in. So Robert, in this case, is sending you to YouTube an RTMP stream, which officially is audio and video. Now, the technology that YouTube is actually using to send it to us, the viewers, is it's coming in as videos, multiple videos, and multiple audio files. Now, there is technology, and I won't get into that because then we're really going to the weeds. But basically, that technology is smart enough to, this video file should be playing this audio. So basically, this video file play this audio file, then keep going. And this is what the technology is called HLS, which is the most popular one right now. And this is the one that was built by Apple so that you can actually watch on your phones. And this was, 10-ish years ago. Again, my streaming hat, being in the streaming world since the late 90s, is coming out to play in that regard. But where Robert is saying that the audio and the video will be out of sync when he receives it in Zoom, there are two possibilities there. And he was saying, depends on the time of day. Correct. It could be the time of day of the amount of usage that the server that Robert is pulling from for that particular meeting or that particular event, insert here. They could be overloaded, or again, it could be the local exchange where Robert is now connected to internet wise could also be overburdened, right? Because again, we don't know how far the server is away from where Robert actually connects where his location is to the internet, right? So there is, again, we call that in the infamous world of internet called hops, right? So again, it's the infamous spider web. So, if he's getting it from a server in the UK and Robert, we know, is based in Poland, there isn't a server in Poland necessarily, or is he necessarily connected up to it? I know in the case of Frank and I, we're in the similar boat when it comes to Canada too. And you would think that they would have servers in Canada. Well, they do. But if they're overloaded, they might not have us on the Canadian servers anymore. They might send us to the nearest US ones. And we're based in Canada, right? But you would think that Zoom would have enough servers in Canada to handle the amount of load at that particular point. They may or may not.
That's the interesting thing about the internet, is that it bounces you all over the world. So every stream, you go, okay, well, I got a stream that's going to go from Los Angeles to wherever you are in Poland, right? And they're two houses that are right next to each other. Well, one house, the stream might be going to Canada and then to New York and then across the water and over to you. And the other one might go to Texas and then to Oklahoma and then to Canada and then back to Los Angeles because it couldn't it couldn't go any further east. And then somehow it happened to catch an open transatlantic thing and it went all the way to Poland. Well, how much is the length difference between those two? There you go. You're out of sync.
Right. And you're out of sync and or delayed, which is even more better. You may be not only out of sync, but you might be also delayed. Those are two different variables too. And this is why you'll see it a lot of times when people, especially in the news, when they are actually remote, and Fred knows this very well, the remote reporter coming in from XYZ location has to sit there and all of a sudden we're both staring at each other because they're both staring at each other and not speaking. Why? Because that person hasn't finished hearing that person stopped talking. And they're waiting for them to.
One thing it's called mixed minus for the talent, and the other one is generally the talent is listening to a telephone line, which is an analog deal, because it's faster than over the internet. But unfortunately, our analog technology is going away. Now you're using a cell phone, so you're always latent on the cell phone. So again, that just adds to that time where one person stops talking and the other person hasn't heard the end of them stop talking yet, and then they start talking, and then you're waiting for that signal to actually get to where you are. So there's that whole pregnant pause thing. I deal with it all the time. Our last Suns game is on Sunday, and we do a live pre, half, and post game show, and we're talking with the broadcasters wherever they are in the U.S. And even though we're on fiber, and fiber's pretty quick, there's still a second and a half to a quarter second and a quarter to a 2-second latency, depending on where it is, and how the codecs happen to be working that day, and who the transmission people are, and how much money did they spend. And obviously, when you spend more money, you can get things that are faster. But sometimes people go with the least amount of money available. And I mean, I've had shows where it was impossible to be a 45-second delay. I mean, how are you going to talk to somebody with a 45-second pregnant pause? It's just not going to happen. Sorry.
Yeah. And again, Fred, you're probably back in the days when I was doing stuff too, back in the day where we had the 1 second delay up and down over satellite too, right?
Yeah, the satellite delay, because that is at least, gives a half second up, a half second down. That's at minimum. And then you had to get it there. I mean, but it was still, pretty fast. And then again, you use a phone line to actually send that audio over phone line so that at least the person on the other end heard the question before they actually saw it on their monitor if they had a return. But you cut some of that pregnant pause in half in time. But yeah, it's for me, it's just maddening that none of the manufacturers take. I wish I could have gone to NAB and just strangled anybody that I walked up to their booth and went, "What's wrong with you?" But nobody takes care of it. I mean, it's astonishing to me that we have all this wonderful technology available to us, and they can't figure out how to make zero time from the input to output. Just make it a piece of wire. It was a piece of wire before. Why can't it be a piece of wire now? Just because it's got a computer that's going really fast somewhere in the middle and slicing the thing up, you still ought to be able to make it come out the same as it went in. Just a little bit delayed.
Yeah, and this is where it comes down to the manufacturers too, making sure that they don't over promise and under deliver, right? Meaning that, the actual hardware is rated under the actual capabilities of the actual hardware can do. Meaning that in Robert's case, because Robert's pushing the Mac to do 4K today, which is great. But again, that's all Robert's running. Where other people will go, oh yeah, I can run something else on there and I'll throw a couple other things. Yeah, let me throw PowerPoint on there. Sure, why not? Because it's, why not? And I want to watch a couple more videos and I'm still broadcasting. Yeah, I can still broadcast and everything. Why? Because the computer hasn't frozen up yet, but yet the amount of resources you keep taking away and taking away and taking away, because Robert's from the vMix world and he knows this, so again, the more and more resources you start to use up and that you're not even utilizing and it's not even benefiting what that software, in this case, vMix, Mimo Live, Ecamm, et cetera, is using, you're being mean to that software because all of a sudden, if it needs to spike up and use X amount of extra CPU and GPU at that particular point, and you're already using that, well, forget it. It's just going to go, you're hitting a ceiling, right? So if you're hitting that ceiling of the gear, then, and this is why it was really good testing that you did today, Robert, because of the fact now that the way you've got it set up right now with what you're running on there right now will get you the numbers you've got right now. So you do have that, and again, the infamous 80-20 rule is the best rule to keep. Never go above 80%.
There's one, with this setup that I have, I switched on the ISO recordings for a minute and then the load went up over 60%. So I need to be careful here with ISO recordings.
Yep.
I bet that's eating up a lot of disk space too at 4K.
Yep, it is.
Yeah, and Jason, just for your sake, make sure that when you do get a refurb, that it's actually got a half decent amount of space because you can't upgrade the space once you buy it.
Don't buy a refurb. Just get a new one. Bite the bullet. spend the money, get the M5 or whatever they're up to today.
Disagree.
Be as far caught up in time as you can be, because all you're going to do is be behind. Wherever you start, you're already behind the curve.
Yeah,
You can't
go ahead,
upgrade
Frank.
the memory once you buy?
No,
Generally
just
not.
space. Not
Everything,
as of
everything
yet.
today is soldered in.
There's
You
a
can't
kit for
do
the
anything.
Mac Mini that lets you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so maybe
Yeah.
the Mac Mini is the way to go.
It's a good starter
Yeah.
machine. If you get an M4 or something, plenty of processing power there.
And just max out the RAM as much as possible.
Yeah, because 100% the RAM you cannot upgrade either. Again, from us guys in the PC world going, oh yeah, let me just pop those out and put new ones in.
Yeah, exactly. You undo a few screws, get to the board, pull one chip out, put another chip in. Wow, notice the improvement.
See how
Jason, but
nice the
there's-
Windows world is to you? You can't do that in Mac world.
Jason, but in the Mac world, I think when you talk about RAM, you need to divide the Windows RAM by 2 to get some as a spec, because it just doesn't require that much. I don't see the machine I use for DaVinci Resolve for my editing work has 16 gig in it, and it never goes over, never ever, even when rendering over 12 if usage.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, Jason, think of it this way. Again, the Mac OS nowadays is got Linux in the background, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So-
So that process
No, it
is
doesn't.
faster.
It has Unix.
Sure.
Thank you, Frank. It's Unix. Yeah. Agreed.
So my quick question before I got it, Jet, was related to the ISO recordings in Zoom and the delay, right? So if you go into your web portal and in your recordings, you check all the boxes that give you isolated audio feeds on every participant that's in your room. Is there time code embedded in that when I drop it into my video editor, I can minimize that delay that we were talking about between one person talking and the other person hearing it and then responding? I mean, just like, can I sync that up in time, identify those dead spots, and then rip them out so that I get a nice, clean, fast recording?
I would think that you just have to look at the waveform and just cut out the dead spots.
Visually do it?
Visually do it. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an editor, but I would think that would be the easiest way to sync them all up. If you got a bunch of tracks, that are all on a line with a timeline, and you see a space that's that big, you just want to make it that big. Just drag them all over.
Doesn't Zoom embed a clock in there somehow, though?
It does have timestamps in it. When I put it into DaVinci Resolve, I usually see the beginning at the end. I usually just go straight to the end and make sure that everything is synced at the end. If something is like squinging and stretching in the middle, I don't know. I don't pay attention to that, but I make sure that the beginning and the end are the same.
Okay. All right, that gives me some things to play with.
If you do a
It'll
Zoom
be interesting
cloud
to see
recording,
it'll be interesting to see how that CPM thing works out for you.
Well, yeah, that I've got a week break, which I'm gonna totally unplug and not think about this, and then when I come back fresh with a fresh brain, go through all these notes and everything and try the next iteration. And it was a real joy that there were more updates that were pushed down today, so it's like, okay, that's got to get factored in the mix too. But and then the question, cloud recording. So yeah, sometimes I do a cloud recording as a backup to the backup. So most of the recordings that I do, I've had really good luck with using the local recording feature within Zoom. And I don't know how much y'all have done this, but basically I'll set up another dummy machine, have it come in as an attendee, put it in side-by-side mode. In my meeting, I'll throw up some wallpaper, and this is just in basic meeting. I'm not even talking Zoom webinar. In meeting, throw up some wallpaper so you get the client branding, whatever, side-by-side mode. They've got their PowerPoint that they're sharing on one side. You could spotlight multiple people so you get the talking heads on the other. And then on this dummy machine, I'll just hit local record, 1080p, beautiful. Take that into my editor, chop out some of the dead space, maybe throw another wrapper on there or whatever, and I'm done. turn it right around to the client within a matter of hours.
Pretty smart.
Very
The
cool.
pinch point is you have to plan for redundant networks, because if your connection to the internet goes down, then not only are you've lost your host machine, but now you've lost your recording machine, which is why on critical events like that, my backup to the backup is to hit cloud recording with all those ISO tracks, so that, I don't know, if a nuclear bomb goes off and it's the end of the world, something's still recording somewhere, I hope.
At least you can go rebuild it.
Yeah. Yep. All right.
Like
Well,
you
thanks,
said,
everyone.
even when you've got redundancy on your internet, it takes some time before it switches over. So you've got a hold there of 20 seconds or whatever it is. So yeah, the cloud recording has saved my life a couple of times as well.
Yeah, it's huge, and the ISO recordings on that, because then you can take care of like this random mic unmute thing. You can just go in there and shut that channel off, which you don't have that in the local recording. You just have a master left and right, and it captures everything that's come in.
The other thing I just found out recently, I am on one of those T-Mobile home internet things.
Mm-hmm.
But T-Mobile gets their information from CenturyLink. So if I had CenturyLink in my house as a client or as an internet service provider, and I had my T-Mobile as my other internet service provider, and CenturyLink goes down, guess what?
So does T-Mobile.
So does T-Mobile, because it's not actually redundant. Even though it's a different provider and I'm paying a different bill, you don't know. They don't tell you. It was only because I had a technical problem one day and I found out. I probably wasn't supposed to know this, but CenturyLink, who is a competitor, is actually providing T-Mobile with their internet.
And probably CenturyLink, which is getting ready to change their name to Quantum because of a recent business merger, and they're probably all renting backbone from L3 or one of these other ones, right? Because in the United States, there's only 3, maybe 4 major backbone providers.
Right.
Yep. Yeah. Again, I used to work for one of the largest ones that actually originally started the internet
WorldCom back in the day.
Yes, sir. Unionet, as a matter of fact.
Oh, okay.
So
CenturyLink was actually Quest here in Arizona.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Unionet, that went to MCI, that went to WorldCom, that went to now Verizon. So Verizon officially owns the Unionet the original internet Unionet backbone. But yeah, so the major, so in your case, Fred, I would stick with now when you're saying T-Mobile and CenturyLink, I would stick with technologies. And then what I mean by that is if you're doing, let's say you're doing the T-Mobile and you're doing 5G T-Mobile internet, stick with that, and also stick with a landline, but I would make your T-Mobile your redundancy, so your failover, right? Because you'd always want your.
I don't have a reason to use it. I'm just saying that if for some reason somebody came to me and I needed to have redundant deal, I would go, oh, well, I got my 5G. I'll call up CenturyLink and have them drop a thing in here for a month, and and I'll be able to do my show and I'll have redundancy, not knowing that CenturyLink was the provider for T-Mobile. Yeah. Right? I would have just shot myself in the foot, and I could have gone to Cox. Or I could have gone to Verizon, or I could have gone to the other 100 internet service providers. But just because I went with T-Mobile, I assumed that T-Mobile had a backbone to L3 or whatever the major players are. But obviously, in my case, for this tower that's 2 blocks away from my house, it's fed by CenturyLink, which is their competitor. And it's mind-blowing to me that how those backdoor deals work. Where
I think in my area in Orlando, Florida, at least in this particular neck of the woods, because Orlando is about 75-mile radius on the metro, but in this particular neck of the woods, I think CenturyLink is using AT&T fiber because they've deprecated their entire copper network. I mean, all the junction boxes, they've opened them up to the elements, the sun, the rain, it's pouring in there. They're just like, right.
Oh yeah,
And
CenturyLink's the same way. They want all the POTS lines gone.
all pot's gone. So all of that
gone.
is gone and noisy. And so now they're offering high speed in my area. And I'm like, you don't have a cable in this. You don't have a physical cable. Of the 4 that run down my street, none of them belong to CenturyLink other than the old copper pots. So who are they renting from? And I think it's the AT&T one here.
Exactly.
Yeah. Again, what we're talking about here is all the different levels within, especially North America. I can definitely say that we're similar in Canada as well, where you'll have the baby bells, as we call them, and then you have the actual real guys that actually own the physical infrastructure, and then the baby bells are just renting from the actual guys and gals that own the actual physical. In our neck of the woods, in our, Frank and I are in Ontario. Again, we have 2 physical choices, and then we have 3 wireless choices, right? That we can go with, that are owners of the last mile. Now, some of them might be also internet backbone companies, but some of the wireless guys are not. So this is where you guys are having the T-Mobile, where T-Mobile is not an internet provider. They're becoming an internet provider, but they don't have an internet backbone. They are
right, which
renting.
that's the thing that, for non-technical people, they wouldn't have it. They wouldn't have a clue. I mean, I didn't have a clue. I just figured T-Mobile, they've got this huge thing out there. They were smart enough to buy up all the 600 band, which pisses me off because all my wireless
As an audio guy, there go all your wireless mics.
All my wireless mics are now SOL.
Yeah.
So
same.
So it's like, okay, well, I thought these guys really had their act together, but then I come to find out that they're just piggybacking off the same idiots that I had in here before. I had CenturyLink in here, and I hated them. I will never promote CenturyLink as long as I live. And if you're listening on YouTube, do not buy CenturyLink.
Yeah.
The customer service is absolutely abominable. And now that they're letting all the POTS stuff go, to find that out, I mean, they're one of the baby bells. I mean, come on, what are you're gonna let the baby die? Really? It worked. It was a fabulous thing. When you talk about negative voltage and why telephones run on negative power, it's brilliant. It's absolutely from a science point of view, it's brilliant. But
the U.S. government has outlawed it, has said system over, shut it down. That's why.
It's insane.
Yeah, I agree with you. It always worked. You could pick up the phone. The power could be out. Your house could be on fire, but you could pick up that phone and call somebody.
You could pick up the phone because the phones all ran on batteries. 100%. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah. Hey, quick question. I really got a bolt. Anyone tried doing Zoom through Starlink yet?
Oh, good question.
I actually did. We did do a stream. The last what I was talking about, we did it as a live show, but we were streaming it to Vimeo, and then Vimeo, I think, put it up on Zoom. But we had a Starlink backup. That was the second output out of the hotel we were working out of, and it worked fine.
So what I've heard is, as the satellite goes out of range and it hands off the call to the next satellite, sometimes you'll see a bit of a interference or degradation until the connection firms up.
Okay.
Yep. I've also heard that as well, Jason. So basically you will just because there is that, because again, of course, the satellites are not physically together. There is a bit of space.
Yeah.
It's like you're on it, you're on it, you're off it. Now you're on it again.
Right. They haven't filled the grid yet. Once they're all up there, it'll probably be pretty solid. But right now there's still big gaping holes in the grid.
Okay. All right. I can see in the near future, where you're out in Timbuktu somewhere in the remote. And when I say Timbuktu, I've even had this, you go into some parts of North Georgia. I mean, you go an hour north of Atlanta, okay, one of the largest cities in the world with one of the largest airports, an hour north. And talk about CenturyLink, all they have still are the copper landlines. Even the TV is coming from. Yeah, I mean, Even TV's coming from the satellite, and then you're trying to do a virtual meeting from out there or record something, and it's so yeah, I could
ADSL. Ooh.
yeah.
But Jason,
So
just to answer your question from my point of view, I keep one as a backup when I go on site. I used to use cellular, but the problem with cellular is when you lose the main internet, for example, in a hotel, everyone switches to cellular, and then the cellular tower just gets congested.
that's exactly what I've experienced. Yep.
Yeah, and having Starlink, you're sort of outside of that ream. You're sitting outside there on your own.
Okay.
And I would imagine Starlink is probably, he started on some major cities, because like when I was in Stanford for the Olympics, we had a dual Starlink redundant path. Apparently, while I was there in Stanford, there was a power failure one night, and they were 3 minutes away from having to literally shut the plant down because all the air conditioning was off. And they feverishly went out to one of the production trucks in the loading dock, threw in a switch, threw in two Starlink satellite services, ran a cable into the building, into the internet in the building, and sat there and waited. And then when it came time to play out to NBC, they actually played it out of the truck because they were afraid that because the building was going to get shut down, they weren't going to be able to play it out of Stanford. But they ended up getting the power back in time to keep the building on. But within 3 minutes, if 3 minutes more had elapsed, they would have literally had to shut the building down because stuff would have started melting down with no air conditioning.
Wow.
So yeah, it came that close. But they had it there. They didn't use it, but it was there, and they were supposedly going to trust, an NBC 7 p.m. feed, national, going out over Starlink.
So yeah, that tells you either the level of trust or the level of desperation. I'm not sure which.
Something, but the fact that they were going to trust it, that says a lot to me.
Yeah, I
and
think
again,
that's what
guys-
I'll add to my toolkit, Robert, because I've had the exact same thing. Is I'll be on site doing a hybrid, and the line that you paid top dollar for from the hotel all of a sudden gets wonky or goes dead on you, and then I just throw over to the hotspot that I've got sitting on the loading dock outside, pointing to the closest tower. But yeah, then you notice. I mean, it's better than going dark and dead, but it's not ideal.
Yeah, I'll give you guys a quick tip on doing if you want to combat the 5G wireless scenario, and Fred will probably know this because the truck actually do this, is that worst comes to worst, and they really need to beam it back via 5G, they will have Jason, in your case, you're talking about hotspot. What you should get is a hotspot that allows you to have an external antenna, not using off the internal antennas. And see, Fred's already nodding. And what I mean by that is now you can directionally find your nearest tower and directionally point at it, and you will become prioritized more than your phones will because you are a higher beam on the antenna. So as long as you have a good power,
it's almost on the order of bonded cellular. It's not bonded cellular, but you become a higher tier.
And then that's because the amplitude gain on the signal is so hot because you're coming in on a focused beam rather than an omnidirectional one.
You've rented a piece of equipment that gives you priority.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Fred took it to the next level, but the first level would be at least pointed to it, and the amplification should kick you up. But then, yes, if you really, really need that where the broadcast world does, Fred's right. You could actually then pay for it a little higher, and then they will give you priority on your receiver.
On your path.
On your path, yeah.
And if net zero were to ever get resurrected again, would that kill that? Do you know,
Net
Fred?
zero, the product? Oh,
I don't know what net zero is.
So net zero, this was a nightmare legislation that this was about 5 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, and it was in the States. You remember the talk? They had done a big promotional campaign, commercials everywhere on the radio and the television, trying to get American citizens to consider internet as a utility, just like electricity or water. And so everyone should have the same access. And so the idea was, with net zero, everyone would be a level playing field. You couldn't pay to have higher priority, faster speed, more bandwidth. Now everybody the same. Wouldn't that be great for everybody?
It can't happen. It won't happen in the United States. That's why we have NTSC, never twice the same color. You can't. You got to be diverse if you're in the United States. It's freedom, right? You can't be on. I mean, why we don't have a flat tax? We don't have anything that's common across everybody. There's no way. Sorry, that's probably why that died, because it's really nice. It's a nice thought, but
yeah, I mean, everyone likes to watch their television, and if the production truck is shooting a beam signal on rented equipment that they paid top dollar for in order to get bandwidth, I don't think the user at home is going to mind that, because when their show goes dark, they're going to call and complain.
yeah, that's probably true. But no, I mean, there's to me, like for me, I don't need 10 gigs. I'm not that kind of a company. Why would I want to pay, $500 a month for internet just because my neighbor has to pay $500 a month for internet? I don't think that would play here in the U.S. Maybe that's how it works in some other countries.
The prices would scale.
That's why they have such great internet everywhere else. You go, from what I understand, you go anywhere else in the world you basically have unlimited access for a set price. You're not throttled at these certain levels and whatever, and everything is, you want to watch, because to be real honest, in Japan, isn't their technology at 16K right now? Literally they're broadcasting in 16K. We haven't even figured out how to do 4K. 4K is really a joke. That's at the last NAB I went to. That was the buzzword: 4K. I go, nobody's doing 4K. You can call it 4K, whatever you want. Just like, I'm sorry, Robert, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but your 4K, whatever is coming out of your camera, whatever the frame rate of 4K is not making it outside of your walls of your house. It's not. It's being codeced down, squashed into something that'll fit through the pipe. Unless you have a dedicated fiber for that particular camera and that particular feed, you might get it to the other end of the pipe uncompressed, maybe. But
yeah, what Fred is talking about is basically again, before it actually leaves the premise, because of the fact of how bandwidth hungry raw video is, the amount of megabits you will need to keep it raw from point A to point B, especially in the broadcast world. This is where you would actually have open fiber, what they call video fiber. As a matter of fact, they don't even put it on an internet backbone. So the
internet is a backup. Yeah, it's a dedicated, just like the Baby Bells. Like I said, there was dedicated video circuits back in the day that, because satellite was kind of expensive and there's a latency to satellite. Whereas when you ran an analog, you could go from Los Angeles to New York in the blink of an eye. It wasn't light fast, but because it was, you had the full pipe, right? You had, all the water pressure from where it left the sensor of the camera, it showed up in the control room in New York. No codecs, no processing. Once it got there, obviously, and then it's distributed to the O&Os and whatever, maybe there was some downsizing at that point, but it's not that way in our world today. Everything, it's so funny to me that everybody talks about these huge 4K, 8K, 16K, whatever. That's great for your local record. You may be able to save those files raw locally, but once it leaves, it's never going to be the same, ever, unless you give it to somebody in that raw format. Never.
Yeah.
But they call it 4K. It's like Netflix. When I went to Netflix, they started with 4K. I went and signed up for their 4K because I got a 4K TV, and I went and I looked at it, and I'm like, I don't know that I want to pay the extra $25 a month for this. And I called him up the next month and said, no, turn it off. And I'm just fine with watching it in 720 because the 4K was basically 720 on my TV. You know, but they're calling it 4K and they're charging me a premium for it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, again, Fred is not wrong with that. Go ahead, Robert.
I'm looking at it from the Netflix point of view, that if my clients want to have 4K and they require it, I need to be able to provide it. And the fact that we're pulling this all out of Zoom and it's coming out through Zoom ISO at 1080p, and then we're upping it up to 4K is also. But looking
Again,
at the
same thing.
difference.
I mean, but even the 1080p that Zoom is supposedly doing, it's not 1080.
No, it goes through a codec.
Put your signal into professional video monitor. The first point you get it, see if it says 1080p on your video monitor. I bet it does.
But just going back to your question, Mike, comparing, because I've got the your feed on YouTube and my 4K feed on YouTube. My 4K feed comes about 5 seconds before your Zoom one, so that's one other difference, which is pretty interesting for RTMP.
Okay.
And the quality, but we're streaming on from Zoom Test Kitchen at the moment on Zoom at 720p. And,
we're only 720p again today. I don't know what's happened to David's account. I'm starting to think that either is David's account, something has happened that he all of a sudden lost 1080p, because it's been multiple weeks now that we've been doing 720. But Robert,
I had the same problem a few weeks ago. I was doing a medical show in Louisiana, and the switcher was supposedly set to 1080, but I tried my web presenter. I tried one of those little, USB, HDMI to USB converters, a couple of different versions of those. And every time when I pulled it into Zoom and said go, it said 720. And it's got an 1080 account, but for some reason, something has changed.
Interesting. So it might even be that and when Fred says that to me, my first thought, without knowing the back end again, my first thought is that it's either a negotiation between Zoom and YouTube that's now changed and not been updated, because again, just like Zoom has SDKs, so does YouTube. So if Zoom doesn't know the latest SDK that might have changed a little bit of code, YouTube might not give it the capabilities of going 1080p or 4K. Now, Robert, you're going from Mimo Live, right? 4K to YouTube. You're not bringing that into Zoom and then send it, correct? Yeah. Correct. So what I would do with your comparison too, when you were saying that the difference in delay and such, is I would turn on, and I love this, and it's hardly used by people, and I live by it quite often, especially if you think that you're running into issues when you're either watching or sending to YouTube, is stats for nerds. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, if anybody on YouTube wants to do this right now, you can actually right mouse click on our video on YouTube, and you'll get that stats for nerds come up. And yes, this is for the geeks out there, but you'll actually see if you're dropping you'll see if you're dropping frames or not. You'll see you'll actually see what Robert is actually sending encoding wise, that YouTube is interpreting his RTMP feed from, and then they're converting it to, right? And which actual audio and video codecs that they're actually using in there. So if you're ever running into problems where you think that maybe you don't have enough bandwidth, because there's also a bandwidth calculator in there too, that'll let you know how much bandwidth between that server and your player has. I didn't say RTMP to the server. I said between the player and the streaming server that you're getting it from has. So that will let you know how much bandwidth officially gets calculated live that you have between that player and that server that you're getting the stream from on YouTube servers. And then you have let me just go, I'm going to do that myself here on our YouTube feed. So, and again, so that is the connection speed that I'm talking about. Then you got the network activity. So that network activity, if you see any red bars, that is you dropping packets.
Can I share my screen and show them what mine looks like?
Fred. Absolutely.
See if it'll do it. Let's see. So I want to share screen 2. Poof. Share. See what happens.
And yeah, and you're up, Fred.
So you see it up there in the.
Yeah, so that's the box that I'm talking about that Fred is showing you on the top left there, where you'll see me. I'm delayed, of course, for everybody on YouTube. Yeah, there we go. And now we're starting to see that on YouTube. So that just lets you know how much delay I have as well. So you'll see on there too that there is the infamous network activity, your live latency. So that actually tells you, Robert, in the regards of what the live latency is between the server and the feed and the RTMP feed coming in is. So that's how long YouTube right now is taking to take your RTMP to make it live so you can see it. So that's your 20 seconds there. The buffer health, again, is how much of the video and audio has been downloaded to you that is in your buffer waiting to be played. So if that buffer health ever empties fully, call it your cache, then all of a sudden your cell get free. You'll start to see that you have, you could actually lose internet connection for a bit because you'll have up to that buffer health of video and audio before you actually have it freeze frame, the video and audio on
I'm
the
going to
player.
stop because I'm streaming and playing YouTube on my same video connection. So.
That's why you're going to infinity and beyond on that everybody just on YouTube. But yeah, but that's exactly it. So yeah, so if you ever want to geek out watching events, and one event that I'll be watching this weekend, production wise, and I'll probably be enjoying it very much, is Coachella. In conjunction with YouTube, they're actually going to add a functionality for all those streaming geeks out there that you'll actually be able to go to one live YouTube channel, and they're taking this from their YouTube TV end of the stuff where Frank and our friends in the US have capability. If you have YouTube TV and you actually sign up for the football package where you actually have a multi-view. So if you want to watch Coachella in multi-view for all you streaming geeks out there this weekend, by all means. And then when you click on one of the windows that you want to choose to go full screen, it'll actually take you to that feed. So they'll be allowing you to see multiple stages performing live at Coachella live in a multi-view.
And I'd love to know how they're dealing with all the lip sync issues there.
They actually, again, the broadcast guys, I don't know who they are, Fred, to be honest. But again, this is Coachella in conjunction with YouTube. So YouTube is paying the big bucks for this because they got the full licensing.
I understand. So, I'm just saying that I'm sure there's going to be video processing, there's going to be graphics, there's going to be all this stuff on those feeds. And
yeah.
Bet you dime the dollar that somewhere there's going to be a lip sync problem.
Yeah. And again, in the streaming world, this is the Coachella, this event this weekend in the streaming media world is huge and is being watched at as much as when everybody tried to watch Netflix, when the first WWE tried to show on their live, when Netflix started doing live stuff, when they did the pay-per-view, when everything fell apart for them that way. And this is the next one that everybody's going to be watching for Coachella because just the numbers are going to be there because of the amount of artists that are going to be performing and will be live because they will not be, from my understanding, everything will be shown, meaning that they've been before did not have access to all the top artists. My understanding is they do have access this time around.
Very cool.
So it should be interesting.
I got to jump out. I got a phone call to make. So it's good to see you all. Thank you for letting me play today. And,
yeah, no problem, Fred. Take care. Love hearing your experiences on stuff, but it's always great having you.
Thanks for the feedback.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
And Frank, thank you for that PowerPoint file. I've just opened it and looked at it.
You're very welcome.
It's got loads of stuff in there. It's really
there's all kinds of calibration tests and things in there for data projectors and stuff. But you can get these kind of collections off the web. There's a whole bunch of utilities for all kinds of things like that.
Okay, it's cool. It's cool. The other thing coming back, Mike, just coming back to your question about the stream. When I look at your background on the on Zoom and on the YouTube stream. On the
Okay.
4K stream, your background is very similar to the Zoom's background that I have here. In other
Good
words,
or
the
bad?
quality. It's the same
Oh,
qualities. I don't know if they're good or bad, but they're the same quality. So there's the shades go through very, very, very clearly. On the YouTube stream at the moment, they sort of blend into each other. You can't see where one shade ends and the next one starts. But on Zoom and on the 4K stream, you can. It's very clear. So that
Okay, so you are entirely mimicking properly where the actual secret sauce that Zoom is using to RTMP from Zoom to YouTube is actually, because again, it being 720, it's diminished in quality.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm understanding?
That's correct. That's correct.
Interesting.
It's much cleaner. It's much cleaner. And even if you don't mind me saying, I can count the hairs on your head, which I can't do on the Zoom Test Kitchen the stream. It's blurred.
That's excellent news. That's cool. So again, just to remind everybody on YouTube, the process is basically you're doing what?
I
So you're bringing
am
feed in?
using Mimo Live and using the inbuilt function of going into a Zoom meeting in Mimo Live, picking out the ISO feeds and producing it. I'm doing a very simple one-to-one. I'm not doing any changes. And then RTMP out in 4K. And the big difference that I notice in the YouTube stats is that YouTube complains that the audio is not at the right bit rate. It's expecting 128 and I'm sending it 64, but I don't have an option to change that. And you asked about the codec for the audio, it's ACC.
Yeah. So again, it's not that the codec is not coming with Mimo Live, it's just a limitation that they haven't thought of. They've allowed you to do the 4K, but they just haven't allowed you to actually be able to tweak properly. Now, are you doing a custom or is this a built-in YouTube preset?
This
I'll
is
say
a
that right.
custom. This is a custom.
So it is a custom, but they're not still allowing you to tweak the audio codec where they allowed you to tweak the video codec or the bit rate on the video.
Yep.
Yeah, because what I'm actually curious about, and vMix has actually been doing this a lot lately, is a lot of move now is actually moved to either H.265, which again is called HEVC, depending on who you talk to. And then there's the other one where vMix has been doing a lot lately, and this is the only way that they actually got to stream live out of NAB, was they were using AV1, the AV1 codec. So I don't know if that gets you even lower. They actually had no problem doing 1080p at 1.5 megabit out of NAB. So impressive. The AV1 codec really does a good job of, if you're really stuck for bandwidth at a certain location and you have the capabilities within your gear, which I'm going to assume that the GPU and Mac has, then, and of course Mimo Live has the AV1 codec built into it, then definitely I would suggest doing some testing on the AV1, because again, it just, it doesn't look any different. Let's put it this way. So we're going to I'll stick at 1080p just for our sake. I know Robert's running 4K, but we'll stick at 1080p. So the amount of bandwidth, we know for H.264, YouTube likes it around 8 to 9 megabit. HEVC, which is H.265, depending again who you talk to, that is usually okay at 4.5 megabit. So again, we're in half. Now, AV1, again, they will accept up to, and you don't need any more than 2.5 megabit, but you could actually go down as far as 1.5 megabit with the AV1 codec. So again, if you have an encoder, software encoder, or your hardware encoder does have those capabilities of those video codecs, again, AAC will still be standard on all the different codecs that you should use. But if you do have the capability of doing AV1, and again, I don't know enough about the Mac, so I'm going to assume that you can use AV1 on the Mac. I do know that, again, AV1 will work on the Windows platform. And as I see it, Robert has run back to that Mac to see if Mimo Live does have that in, but we'll see. But that is definitely a suggestion, and it actually looked really good. vMix wasn't doing anything, outrageous, because again, they were more worried about stability coming out of the NAB show, because again, the amount of cost that it was for bandwidth and such for Heath and Tim and the rest of the gang there to pay for bandwidth out of the booth in itself. But of course, they wanted to be stable, and they were able to do their whole show, and you can see their show on YouTube. And that was all done at 1.5 megabit per second, which they mentioned during the actual YouTube show. Okay. All right. So Jonas, I do see you in your comments in YouTube, and Robert's back with a report of.
I've only got H.264 at 4K, but it's set to 23.5 kilobits per second.
So you're sending up almost 24 megabit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense at H.264 for 4K. Yes. But they don't have any other video codecs into it?
No, they don't have any. Well, I don't have any.
Okay. But that's good to know. Again, we don't know if that is a limitation of Robert. What I would do if you wanted to ever test this is to actually take a look at find some HEVC content and see if you can play it on the Mac and see what it does. If it should, throw it over to the GPU, and then you know that the GPU understands that it should be offloading it from the CPU, right? And also, same thing if you do have some AV1
Jonas is saying that RTMP only supports H.264, and you need eRTMP for 265 and AV1.
Good question. I would have to look at that, because I know in OBS I can do it. And I know it's being done right now, but OBS I know does have extended RTMP. So I don't know if that's just something hidden in there or not. Jonas might be right. And I'm seeing he's okay. So Jonas is saying that the Mac does support the H.265 for encode decode. Okay. So that potentially could be then a Mimo Live limitation that they haven't brought that codec in. So Robert, I would stay away from 4K right now, because the H.264 is a lot more reliable. As you see, it can be done, and YouTube is understanding it, but you really need the bandwidth now, right? Because you're up there in the 20 megabit per second. And if you're at a venue, you're pushing your luck. When it comes to
especially if you're pulling in 4 or 5 different ISO feeds, then you're really, really pushing it.
Yeah, and let's not even talk about production studio either, for that matter. Let's not even go down that road either. But yeah, so Jonas is letting me know, yes, they are doing eRTMP. Thank you, Jonas, for that. So again, it's worth testing, because I know with SRT you can do it. But again, we're not talking about SRT here. We're talking about RTMP. Now, again, Robert, too, what you might want to do, if that YouTube account you have is a test account, you might want to double check and see if you can actually, instead of using RTMP, go SRT.
I actually checked that earlier on. It's my personal YouTube account. It's been there for ages. I don't stream publicly. I just use it for tests, like I'm doing now with a private stream. But it doesn't have SRT.
So you don't have the capability of getting an SRT key or link in the studio.
Not at this. No.
Okay, because what you can do is you can actually ask, and if you need that information, I can let everybody know that it's not public. They're rolling out slowly SRT. I've been giving it to for myself for testing, but I'm one of the early adopters when it came to YouTube, when it came to testing the SRT system for them. So, but yeah, in basically where you would see the difference as in the actual drop down of where you actually see your RTMP, where they give you your A server and your backup server. In there, you would have the capability of switching between there and SRT.
Yeah, but Jonas has also said that Mimo doesn't have SRT out, so it doesn't really solve them.
Sorry.
So that doesn't.
But yeah, if it did, that then insert what I just said. But yeah.
And then Jonas, being Jonas, has to say, just do it in the cloud.
That's right. And just do it in the cloud. That's right. And Jonas, I'm going to say you're officially must be feeling a lot better, and that's good because you're definitely picking on me in the YouTube's chat, which is fine. That's good. Thanks for keeping me honest, Jonas. That's what. Yeah, you do that to me all the time, and that's good. That's awesome. All right. Cool. So, all right. Yeah, Mimo doesn't have SRT out. Yeah. Yeah. And again, Jonas did make the good comment too. There is that infamous middle ground between 1080p and 2160p, which is that infamous 1440p, which is in the industry, they sort of call that 2K. It's a bad marketing term because it's not really 2K, but it sort of is, but it sort of isn't. The 2K is more because it is a 2000 number by 1440. Take that as you will. So, but yeah, Jonas is right. If you do have to, and you're having problems doing 4K, then that would be the next level down. And I'm assuming, Robert, you in Mimo, you had that capability? 1440?
I'm going to switch it now just as a matter of interest. I didn't realize, because what Jonas has said is that you get the better pipeline from YouTube. I'm not sure how to understand that.
Yeah, a pipeline to me, what Jonas is saying in there, and we'll wait because Jonas, I know you're a few seconds behind. If you can explain in chat for us what you meant by pipeline from YouTube. My guess, when you mean by that, pipeline wise, is that again, it will be less megabit per second, but I look to if you want to just put it in chat what you meant by the pipeline so Robert and I can understand. And of course, if anybody does have any questions, I know Jonas is in chat. So hello, Jonas. And I do see that we still have people watching us on YouTube. By all means, if you're watching and have a question for us, let us know in chat and we will answer it as soon as possible. Robert, Frank, and I are still here. All right. And Jonas is typing and I will read it verbatim and then I will make some comments as I wait for Robert to come back. And all right. And Jonas is saying that there's 2 pipelines for live. And I'm just waiting for it. One is just to give you H.264 less quality. Yeah. Right. And one that is VP9 with the higher quality. Correct. And the VP9 codec is, yeah. So basically what Jonas is meaning by that is that what we see as the output from the RTMP is the VP9. YouTube will automatically convert that video codec to VP9. So thus the reason that, as we were talking about with Fred, every time you want to re-encode or transcode or re-encode or encode or decode and then encode again, every time you even say those words, the amount of time it says those words is the amount of time that it needs at least to actually convert that from A to B to C, maybe. And in this case, it's A would be the Mac for Robert. B, so it's leaving Mimo live. That's A. B is YouTube receiving that and then changing it into VP9 so that we can see it, right? So that would be A to B there. Then B to C would be from what Robert's sending as the codec video and audio, and YouTube not really caring per se what that codec is. No matter if it is VP9, Robert could be sending VP9 if Mimo had that in there too. and then they would hopefully, and I don't know enough about the back end, but hopefully if YouTube is smart enough that it understands that you're actually sending VP9 and AAC, or in this case, I'd have to double check and see what the audio codec is, which I believe is, and I'll have this in Stats for Nerds.
It's Stats for Nerds. It says that the codecs of VP09 in both cases, yours and mine.
Yeah.
And the MP4A is identical.
Yeah.
40.2.
So MP4A is their flavoring of saying AAC. So they're not they're not really doing anything with the audio, but they are turning your H.264 into VP9. So ideally, if YouTube actually does pass this through and you truly do send them VP9 and AAC, in theory, they shouldn't be doing anything to it and it should just bounce out. If the servers understand that properly. They may or may not. So go ahead, Frank.
What's mystery text?
What's mystery text in the Stats for Nerds? Ah, yes. Okay. Mystery text is, so the SABR is the, Zoom seems to use the new pipelines as well. Oh, okay. That's good to know from Jonas too.
SABR is short for Sababity Robert.
No, I can understand. I know the ABR is probably auto bitrate. Yeah. So what the S stands for, again, that's probably an acronym on YouTube side. I do know that the interesting. The other numbers, to be honest, I don't have enough about that, but just give me a second. There's actually, I do know that. Just give me a second. I'll take a look out for that. So I'll get the proper information. Yeah. And yeah. Okay. So just skimming the information I'm finding here. And I'm trying to make sure that it's a reliable source before I start mentioning it. The mystery text is a long string of text, which means it is not. Okay. Yeah. So the mystery text, so the S number is the stream number or segment number. Okay. So that's how many segments that have happened that you've ended up receiving as a player. The T number is the video's current timestamp in seconds. The B number denotes the video's buffer range in seconds. The capital P number, that it would actually show it when the video is paused, you'll actually have a capital P in that mystery text list. And the PBS stands for playback session. Identifies the current session of video playback.
Thanks.
How's that?
That was good. Thank you.
Yeah. And that actually I found on this website, and I'll put that in chat for everybody. And it's actually got a bit of a tutorial, and I'll put that in for us in there as well, Robert, for you. It was actually really interesting. It's actually a pretty good article. And again, it was showing how Robert and I are actually looking at the Stats for Nerds, which we showed earlier when Fred was doing the screen share. Very, very cool. All right. Mike, I sent you an example of the AML. I think that's live stream that has the lower pipeline. YouTube never just transmuxes, it always re-encodes 100%. Oh, thank you, Jonas. I was afraid of that. So basically what I was saying before, erase that, where I was hoping that YouTube actually, if you did actually send a VP9 and actual AAC, that it actually would truly just pass it through. Jonas says, no. No matter what you send it, it's automatically going to transcode it. So the mystery of television is there'll always be some sort of latency on YouTube because they don't trust anybody, is what I'm hearing right now. What anything that they send them, no matter who it is and what their software may be. Now, again, you can always enable low latency too. But again, even in my experience doing streaming for the decades that I have been officially, I hate to say that, but I am, latency will always be there because there will always be an encode and a decode happen at one way or another. There's always going to be some sort of, it's never going to be as soon as you see it, it's going to happen. So the latency issue has been around for decades. And the more and more the broadcast industry, which I wish Fred was here when I'm talking about this, and he'd be able to help me on this too. In the broadcast industry itself, that has been their problem for decades. And even on the bringing it digital, and even in the analog world, as Fred was talking about too, there's still always going to be some sort of latency that piece of hardware that's got to do some sort of converting from analog to something is going to automatically add that latency in there for, as I always say, for free.
Mm-hmm. It's coming up to 1 o'clock in the morning here. I'm going to wave some mics to you because I've been testing some mics all evening that I've had a problem with.
Oh, okay. So you've been swapping out mics during the whole show, Robert?
No, I've just had them running in the background because during an event recently, they seem to be interfering with each other. These are wireless mics, and I get this buzz noise coming across every now and then. And so I just left them all day. They've been on here all the time to see if they're interfering with each other, but they seem to be fine.
The receiver that you are taking, the audio taken out of the receiver is what kind of cable?
Oh, it's all XLR.
Okay. And what I would double check if you're getting a buzz.
It's not a buzz. It's sort of it's clean, then it suddenly goes.
It goes up and then does it kill itself?
It kills itself, yeah.
Frank, I would need, if you're still around, I'm trying to think of that one.
I don't know. There's nothing with a fan plugged in into the same outlet? You don't have fans at the tech tables cooling people off or anything?
No, this was at a venue, and it's done this to me 3 times now at different locations. So
it's not location specific?
No.
Do these mics go into one unified receiver, or do they each have their own receiver?
They each have their own receivers.
Are they all plugged into the same power?
What
the same bar?
What radio frequencies are these, like UHF?
These are UHF, yeah, 500 to 580.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Europe and what's on your frequency ranges over there.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, Robert, is of course finding that clean channel, right?
Exactly. That's what I was just thinking about. I've been looking at them now, and there must be something that happens when I'm setting up where I have much more equipment active. And so what I'm going to do is just, at the moment, they're spaced out 1 channel each, 5, 6, 7.
Can they do a channel search and look for clean channels themselves?
Yes, they can.
That is the best thing to do, is to let them auto negotiate between the receiver and the transmitter.
Mm-hmm.
Going as specific as that would be in a larger type of event where then you really have to be paranoid that, you've got like 15, 20 mics at that particular point that are all in that same frequency range. then it would be best to then split them up by every bump. But again, the closer they are together, again, there could be a bit of overlap because again, good old wireless is wireless, right? Where you have, even though it's beaming out at X frequency, it always hogs a little bit this way and hogs a little bit that way. So they could be bumping into each other still a little bit. So the more if you could have it at the lower end of the 500 and one in the middle and one in the higher end of the 500, just as a bad example, then you at least eliminate that as a possibility. But again, if they auto negotiate that, they should be able to find that cleanest channel at that particular moment because that's the most important. And it's also not a bad thing to do that when the room is full.
Some of the mic systems we use will switch channels if the channel becomes noisy while you're in the middle of the show. It'll auto change channels. The receiver and the mic will go to a different channel.
One of the things that when I spoke to the supplier of AKG in Poland, I've been stacking them up, the receivers stacking them up on top of each other, and so the antennas overlay.
Yeah.
And so the lowest one's antenna is actually lower than the top unit itself. So
maybe side by side instead of stacking.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said to me.
Robert, the other thing I would do too is again, you're talking with AKG directly in Poland. Ask them for a combiner. Okay, so basically what happens is you only have one set of antenna actually coming out of your rack, but they all daisy chain into each other.
Yep.
Now, I don't know enough about AKG to say if they have that or not. Sennheiser has it, Shure has it. I'm hoping they do.
Yep.
You had an audio guy sitting here for the whole show, and you didn't think to ask him while he was here?
I didn't.
Oh, with Fred. Yeah.
That was my bad. I was just so focused on this 4K stuff, looking at it. I think I'm single track minded.
I would look for externals. Like, is there a piece of gear that's on or near the tech table that you bring to every show that might be emitting RF?
Yeah, because it almost feels like, and without knowing more, it almost feels like a dirty ground somewhere.
But he said it's at different venues, unless he's bringing the same power bar to each venue. Like, seems unlikely.
Yeah.
Right? But if you had something on the tech table that was emitting RF that you put near the other gear, maybe. I'm just guessing at this point, right? I don't know.
Yeah. Again, it's not a bad thing. And again, a lot of my racks that I used to use, again, you might be familiar with this brand, but there's a reason that they're in a lot of the rack gears. Is called Furman. Installing a Furman, and it's a power conditioner that will actually, for that rack, you basically plug it into the wall. And then that is your power bar, but it's also a power conditioner too. So it's not just a regular power bar. It actually will notice if there's any fluctuations, and it'll actually deal with the power to its best of its ability.
Not all XLR cables are created equally too. Like, use a reputable brand like Nutrix or something.
I have old Nutrix stuff.
Okay, so that's probably not it then. Yeah.
I have a feeling, and I've just, after today, when I've seen that I haven't heard this come, because they're all connected to a mixer over here, and it's at a pretty high volume so that I would hear the noise. But my other feeling is that it may be something to do with this isn't the mixer I use at venues. I usually take a big Mackie 16-channel mixer, and
1604 or something.
16 something.
That sounded right, Frank. Actually, yeah.
It's a Pro FX16.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I have a funny feeling that it's something to do with the USB cable that's connected to the Mac Mini. That I'm using to
not shielding enough.
Whatever it is.
Well, now is it specific per mic still though? Because if it's specific per mic, then it's not the Mac event.
Well, that's what I did the last event. I just gave them out one by one and switched them off. And when the noise came, switched the mic out, but it came back again. So I don't think it's one mic specific. What I thought it was, and this is the first test I did, was to have them stacked the way I have them at events and make sure that there's no interference between the units themselves.
Right. Because again, right now, what they're doing is the antennas themselves are too close to each other and they're fighting each other. It's the same thing like if you have a Wi-Fi router nearby too, it will actually, because of again, all the frequencies that these units will give off, everything will collide with everything. Right. So the more you can combine the frequencies down to a set of antenna, and this is very similar to where you would actually look at potentially getting into, also there's another company, which is not coming to my mind right now, but they're a company that should you not want to go after the Sennheiser combiner or the Shure combiner, it's a third-party company, and they are the ones that actually will make the fins as well. And having the fins on either side of the stage will make sure too that you're not broadcasting, not having the receivers sitting at the front of house, which is at the back of the room. You're actually having the antennas on each side of the stage. So now they're pointed in on stage where everybody will be. And this is again what the large concert guys will do. And if you'll see them running around, they'll make sure that if they know that the singer is a wanderer and will run off of the stage, they'll make sure that the fin is wide enough that it's still able to pick up that person that decided that they're going to be this weekend on Coachella, body surfing as they're coming back on stage because they jumped out on there and they still want to sing while they're out in the crowd. That's them pointing the actual fins themselves enough to make sure that it's a wide enough span, but it's pointing at the stage, where if you just have the antenna on the rear of your receivers, it's now competing with the rest of the frequencies in the room.
Yeah, and what Frank mentioned, to stack them side by side, and your suggestion actually came out during my conversation with the rep today. He said put the antennas higher, because maybe there's something that is getting between the microphones and the antennas. Now I don't know if they actually work on a reflected wavelength off the walls, or they only have to have direct line of sight. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So I did a quick lookup, Robert, and I found the unit that I was talking about. So this one will actually do, how many will this do? 4 receivers. And it's an AKG model, and I'll put that in chat. And for everybody on YouTube too. It's a bit of an investment. But again, what this does is it allows you to daisy chain all the receivers into this unit, and then it's just 2 antenna now, not 6 antenna, right?
Yep.
And it also probably, without knowing enough about it, probably also has a booster in it too, to handle up to 4 receivers, because again, it'll need that a little bit of extra. And yes, it's rack mountable. So this would easily go into a rack mount. Usually, if you look at AV companies, what they'll actually do is actually have this combiner at the top of the rack. Again, similar to what he was talking about, have it at the highest. And then they'll hook up the fins to the back of this, and then bring the fins to the stage. Usually, these will usually sit side stage with the monitor person in a concert scenario. In your scenario, up to you. But again, if you wanted to, and you're at front of house with this, you could always then directionally point again, it's similar to what I was talking about with the 5G. If you have that external antenna that's pointed directly at the 5G tower, this would be like, yeah, I know that they're going to walk from here to here. So I'm going to make sure that I'm pointing the antennas at in two antennas from there to there. And that should hopefully alleviate some of the potential issues. And that unit actually did look like it handled from 470 to 952, which is all the frequency bands that you
Yeah, I
need.
noticed that. I noticed that. But I'm kicking myself now that I didn't ask Fred when he was here.
It's okay. Blame it on Andy. He did it to you today. He did it to you today. Him and Jonathan with the beautiful new liminal software.
Post it in office hours. Mickey or someone will probably have an
Yeah.
answer for you.
Yeah, that's also a good idea.
And as a matter of fact, if you want to, in our Discord too, I know Fred, we'll push Fred to go over there a little more if you want, and ask him in there too, and see if that's what he thinks too. Again, knowing Fred, he's not using only 3. He might do that for some of his small stuff, but a lot of his big stuff, he's probably got a 42. In the trucks themselves, they probably got a 42 rack of not only they're bringing in handhelds, but they're bringing in lavs, but they're also bringing in 2. They're doing the in-ears, sending it back to the actual talents themselves. So he's got wireless kind of coming out of and probably for those large events, especially if they're sports related, I know for a fact they will hire a person to be the frequency person, the frequency police.
Well, that's a good idea. Do you have a frequency analyzer?
No.
Oh, so like Shure, for example, has an application you run on your computer that attaches to a frequency analyzer, and it'll give you a report of the venue you're in or the location you're in, and help you map channels and look for interference and other things. Right? AKG's probably got some software like that. I think it's called something Bench. I can't remember, but I mean, you could probably look on the AKG website and see if they have similar software that helps with frequency allocation and stuff.
Yeah,
that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I've also been thinking I'll just take, because all of this was recorded, so I actually have a recording of the distortion that comes across, and I'll put that into the Discord channel so that Fred can listen to it and hear it. I'm sure you recognize it.
Yeah, because probably what's ended up happening is as it goes up, and then all of a sudden you say it gets to a certain thing, then it goes dunk. I think at that particular point, and what I would do when you're explaining this to Fred too, Fred, if you're still watching, is, and I know you'll love me for this, make sure you write down the model and such, because every model is not the same, and the frequency range. When you explain this to him, because it'll just assist him, because every manufacturer does things a little differently, especially when it comes to the wireless stuff, right?
Sure. I was thinking also during our conversation today, I talked to the rep about the receivers have a squelch, like a adjustment on them.
Yep.
But that works the other way around. That sort of cuts it off from the bottom, doesn't it? It doesn't cut off. It wouldn't go up and stop like a compressor. It would cut it off from the bottom, and it would suddenly appear.
Do the receivers have any kind of noise gates or compressors or limiters or anything built into them?
No, just a squelch button.
Okay.
This knob, rather.
Yeah. I put the name of the Shure product in the chat. Wireless workbench. I don't know if AKG has something similar, but there's lots of utilities out there for frequency allocation and testing your environment and stuff. But sounds to me like it's more like a deployment issue or something, the way maybe your antennas are interacting or something.
Yeah. And Robert too, it all comes down to as well, if you, again, depending on the cost of the actual units themselves, some of the times you'll actually have some sort of interface to be able to get into them remotely as well too, like network wise, for lack of terminology. But again, if they are the prosumer models, of course, less, but the higher models, again, those are the ones you can really tweak. And those are the ones that a lot of the large events won't even think about going to the lower models, because they don't even want to contemplate running into any potential issues. And again, this is where I was talking about at sporting events and such, when Frank was bringing up the wireless spectrum unit, the wireless workbench. there are certain people that I know that actually get hired for the NFL, and actually might know Fred. Actually, I should ask him. Oh, yes, Robert. Oh, and this is what happens too. Robert wants to hear my answer. And this is what happens too when you have a Bluetooth and then all of a sudden the battery dies. But it's 1 o'clock in the morning, so that's okay. But yeah, so the person that I was talking about, he actually gets hired to actually come to NFL games, and he's told me this horror story, which unfortunately is a fact. But he is the wireless police, and should a reporter bring their own gear in and they decide to use a frequency other than the frequency that they've been allotted, they are told to use that frequency immediately or they will be escorted out of the building and their press pass will no longer exist. So that just tells you how much, because again, you got to think about it. The football refs have wireless. The people that are talking from all the camera people have wireless. The handhelds, the in-ear stuff, the football coaches have the stuff in ears. The quarterbacks actually have stuff in their ears too, when they're hearing stuff from the coach, so they don't have to run over from the bench all the time. So there's wireless going on constantly at those events. So yes, so he actually gets brought in, and that is his. He gets paid as I call it, he gets paid the big bucks to make sure that all the wirelesses don't. He's the first call for everybody, including the broadcast truck. That's why Fred might even know him if he's actually come across him over the years.
Listen, I'm going to call it a day. Like I said, it's already 1:15.
It's late. Get some sleep.
It's late for Robert. Oh,
Thanks
so
very
Robert
much
needs
for your ideas.
Oh, let us know how it turns out.
We'll do next week. I'm really pleased with this 4K.
It's pretty
even
cool.
though that I understand that it's not real 4K, but the quality is visually it's better.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Good.
All right.
Thanks,
Before
guys.
Robert
Have a good
leaves,
weekend.
yeah, I got to make Robert happy as he leaves. Yes, it's that time, and Robert is happy, and he's giving me the smiles. So yes, it is that time to wrap it up for this episode of the Zoom Test Kitchen. Here we go.
Welcome to the Zoom Test Kitchen, where the magic happens live. Every Friday we're on air, testing tech to thrive. From screen share to breakout rooms, we push Zoom to its max. So sit back, relax, and let's see what's in our tech hacks. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. We'll dive into the settings, explore every single tab. Make sure your mic is clear, your camera not a drab. We'll show you how to host like a pro, manage like a king. With Zoom Test Kitchen, you'll be zooming with a zing. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak.
I didn't see anybody singing from YouTube land, but I hope you were. Thanks everyone for joining us this week. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to let YouTube know how much you like our content. And definitely, I'm seeing some likes in there, so definitely put your like in there. Don't forget, we're here every Friday from 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific. And see everyone next week for another edition of the Zoom Test Kitchen.